The Committee on State Affairs come to order. Clerk, call the roll.
Chairman King?
Here.
Vice Chair Hernandez? Bachia? Darby? Davis? Barron? Ian? Hall? McQueenie? Metcalf? Phelan? Raymond? Smithy? Thompson? Turner?
Let me go ahead and do this.
Go ahead and start right now.
Okay. All right. As a reminder, anyone present wishing to testify before the committee, please register in the kiosk located in the hallways behind the hearing room. If you require assistance in registering or testifying, please contact committee staff. As stated on the hearing notice, there will be a time limit of 2 minutes per witness during public testimony. The committee will close registration for all bills today at 10. Everyone wishing to testify should be registered by that time. In addition, the chair will limit testimony to no more than 2 hours per bill in order for the committee to ensure consideration on all items posted on today's agenda. The chair will alternate witnesses, or we will do our best to alternate witnesses registered for and against the bill. For those unable to testify in the allotted time, your registered position will be reflected in the official record. The public comment portal will be left open till 5 p.m. on Monday, August 25th, to allow those who are unable to testify in the allotted time an opportunity to provide written comments. The link to this portal can be found on the hearing posting. Also, as a reminder to the committee and our visitors and witnesses today, under House Rule 4, Section 13, House committees are subject to the same rules of decorum that govern the House proceedings. Under those rules, the chair is responsible for preserving order and decorum during committee meetings. The chair may ask the sergeant-at-arms to assist in preserving order and decorum. Outbursts or vocal displays of support or opposition from visitors in the audience are prohibited, and the chair may order the sergeant-at-arms to clear the audience if there is a disturbance that disrupts the committee's meetings. Signs, placards, and other objects of similar nature are prohibited. Food and drink are prohibited in the hearing room. Members of the committee and witnesses must confine their remarks to the matter being considered by the committee. That's it. All right, members, we have a lot to get to this morning. Does anybody have anything you need to ask me before I start? Yes. No. Nope. Okay. All right. Okay. Chair lays out Senate Bill 8 and recognizes Representative Orr to explain the bill.
Good morning, Chairman King and members. Thank you for this opportunity.
Let the record reflect that Representative Guillen is on the dais.
Mr. Chairman, just really
Please
briefly, sorry.
Mr.
I didn't
Chief.
realize, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't realize we were going to do 8 first, given the posting. May I make an opening statement on 8 before the bill author begins?
Yes, because I unrecognized her and I recognized you, so please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to offer a few remarks because this bill is very important to the district that I represent and to constituents throughout that district. We're here again debating an unnecessary and unpopular culture war talking point. It's a bathroom bill. Even though we thoroughly debated the bathroom bill in 2017, it was defeated twice in the regular session and the special session, we find ourselves back to beat a dead horse upon the request of no one. It's been 8 years since we banished this bathroom bill, and there have been 0, I repeat, 0 incidents in bathrooms in the state of Texas. 0. We had the police chiefs from Dallas, San Antonio, Houston, from law enforcement organizations across the state testify against the bathroom bill, telling us exactly this, that they have found no known incidents of bathroom assaults performed by men posing as transgender women. Zero. Now, guess what? It is now nearly a decade later, and we still have no examples of a problem in our state. So one might ask, as responsible legislators, what if you propose a bill to address a criminal justice concern? Wouldn't it be first important to determine if there's an actual problem? I, for example, could file a bill banning Bigfoot in the state of Texas. And when asked, I would say, no, I know of no cases of a Bigfoot being found in the state of Texas, but I want to ban it anyway, just in case. I don't like Bigfoots, or big feet, as it may be. The bathroom bill doesn't solve the most basic test of any public safety bill. It does nothing to make us safer. More than that, it creates a host of new complications for our overworked law enforcement officers. And moreover, we've heard from hundreds of religious leaders who oppose this bill and have continued to call on us to act within one of the most sacred teachings: love thy neighbor. Bishop Eric Gronberg of Fort Worth said, quote, "Faith should not be used as a weapon. Instead, it should inspire us to see the humanity in every person and remind us that we are commanded to love and care for our neighbor, whether intended or not. The consequence of the proposed bathroom legislation will be to imperil and ostracize some of our most vulnerable sisters and brothers, shining a light on their otherness," end quote. And finally, this policy is bad for businesses. All of you know I'm a businessman. We've got almost 50 employees in the company that I helped co-found. We have had over 1,000 businesses testify against the bathroom bill, from Fortune 500 companies to small and medium businesses across the state of Texas. Texas Competes, a business coalition of over 1,500 employers in Texas, is yet again providing written testimony today on behalf of those businesses who continue to oppose this bathroom bill. They have said, quote, "The Texas business community strongly opposes efforts to pass discriminatory, unnecessary, anti-LGBTQ legislation in Texas that is bad for our employees and bad for business. This is another huge problem with this bill, members. Texas is a world-class destination, the 8th largest economy in the world. We set up our business in this state for a reason. We're going to be hosting World Cup events, championship tournaments, PGA tournaments, and international events. A bathroom bill puts a target on visitors' backs who fly into airports and attend sporting events at convention centers and other buildings in public. Do we want our tourists to be attacked by self-appointed potty police or vigilantes out there who decide a person is not a woman or not a man and want to see proof? This has happened in other states. We do have evidence of this. Women have been accosted by men in the bathroom and harassed because of misguided belief about their otherness, about their gender. This is an incredible invasion of privacy, members. It is unnecessary and bad for Texas, and I want to thank every person who came here to testify. Mr. Chairman and members, thank you for those brief moments of introduction.
Seeing none, Chair re-recognizes Representative Orr to explain the bill.
Thank you, Chairman. Senate Bill 8 protects the safety and privacy of women and children in public-private spaces. Texas across the state are increasingly concerned that their daughters...
Representative, could you pull the microphone a little closer?
Really?
Yeah, it's hard to hear up here.
Is that better?
Yes,
Okay.
just speak up a little bit.
All right.
Thank you.
Senate Bill 8 protects the safety and privacy of women and children in public and private spaces. Texans across the state are increasingly concerned that their daughters, sisters, mothers, grandmothers, and themselves are losing the basic expectation of privacy in spaces traditionally separated by sex. This bill addresses this concern by ensuring that men cannot enter bathrooms, locker rooms, changing rooms, sleeping quarters, family violence shelters, and other private spaces dedicated to women and girls. SB 8 simply requires that public entities establish a policy designating private spaces owned and controlled by the entity be designated for use by individuals based on their biological sex. SB 8 establishes a clear statewide standard. Public facilities owned or operated by political subdivisions or state agencies must designate multiple occupancy private spaces based on biological sex. Female and male are defined by reproductive function. Accommodations remain available for children under 9, individuals with disabilities, caregivers, emergency and law enforcement purposes. The bill also protects family violence shelters, ensuring that shelters designed for female victims serve only biological females and their minor children. This bill also requires that the Texas Department of Criminal Justice to house inmates according to sex, and clarifies that single occupancy and family restrooms remain permissible accommodations. Enforcement is strong and clear. The bill creates civil penalties for state agencies and political subdivisions, $5,000 for the first violation and $25,000 for subsequent violations. The Attorney General enforcement mechanisms include complaints, investigations, written notice, and the ability to bring actions for penalties. Regarding private rights of actions, affected individuals can seek injunctive, declaratory relief plus attorney fees. And finally, regarding fee shifting, those who challenge enforcement bear prevailing party costs and attorney fees. SB 8 is common sense. It restores clear boundaries, protects vulnerable women and children, and ensures Texas law respects privacy and safety in sex-specific spaces. I welcome any questions and reserve the right to close.
Thank you, Representative Orr. Members, questions of the representative this time? Yeah, Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Representative Orr. So I listened to your layout carefully. I didn't understand what the actual purpose of the bill is, though. Can you just state what the purpose of the bill is?
The bill makes public entities and agencies have to establish a policy clarifying that a women's restroom is to be used by women and a men's restroom is to be used by men if it is a multi-occupancy space.
Okay. Okay, let me ask it a different way. What's the problem that the bill is trying to solve with a new law? What is the problem that if we pass this bill into law that will no longer be a problem?
There seems to be issues where schools and other places overlook the fact that women are biologically different and deserve their own privacy when they're changing, showering, using the restroom. And by establishing a policy to make it clear, then that gives the opportunity for a remedy for a resident of Texas to call out that entity for not providing that definition and boundary for them.
Okay, you said schools and other places. Can you be more specific? Are there
Sure, a
specific
government
schools?
entity, this building, courthouses.
So it's been a problem in this building,
This building actually has family restrooms.
right?
And so there is an accommodation if someone chooses to use it.
Right, there is. So I guess I'm trying to understand the specific problem you've identified that you're trying to solve. You said because you mentioned schools specifically. Is there a specific school?
I think when we get testimony today, we'll have some people testify on that matter that will help clarify.
Okay, so you don't know specifically right now.
I do not have that in front of me right now.
Okay. If this bill passes, I mean, one of the concerns that's been raised is that it could effectively exclude transgender Texans from public places. Is that the goal of the bill?
No,
It's not.
It is not.
Okay.
Members, other
Do you,
questions?
I have one more.
Oh, Mr. Turner?
Sure. I have a lot of questions, but I'm trying to prioritize them. With respect to local non-discrimination ordinances that many communities have, is it your intent to override those local non-discrimination ordinances through state law?
I think if their policy is in line with this legislation, they will not need to change it. But if it is outside these bounds, then yes.
Okay. And then under the bill, if it becomes law, who would actually be in charge of confirming someone's gender or biological sex? Whose job is that?
This is, well, there's no criminal penalties. And it would be the person that feels like their biological sex is not being protected in a restroom of their sex. And so if someone is using the restroom and they see that perhaps it happens in a workplace over and over again and people look the other way, then they can raise that complaint to the facility.
To the facility. So if someone is using a public restroom and they suspect that someone else is in the restroom in violation of this bill, of this law if passed, then they would report it to the person in charge of the building?
Yes,
Okay, so if it's
in writing.
in writing.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So if it's, I don't know, a shopping mall, a retail store, they would file a written complaint to the store manager or the mall manager?
This legislation wouldn't apply to a shopping mall or a store. It's only
Right,
gonna,
only public spaces.
Right.
Publicly owned spaces.
that's correct.
Okay. Apologies for the bad example. So a government building, let's say City Hall, they would report it to the mayor, the city manager,
Probably both, yes.
probably both. Okay, and then, so then the chief executive, say, of the city receives the written complaint, and then what would happen?
They would have 3 days to cure it by making sure that their signage is appropriate and that if they are notified that someone of the opposite sex is using the wrong facility, that they address that. And let the person know that they have received their complaint.
Okay. And then they would address it by, how would they address it?
By making sure the signage is up and making sure that it's, the space is protected and women and men know that they have separate facilities to use.
Right. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Hernandez.
Vice Chair Hernandez.
Thank you. Good morning. I have questions about these exceptions that are included in the bill. Well, I'm sorry, let me back up. To the definitions that are stated at the beginning of the bill, defining male and female. Where do those definitions come from?
These were part of a Montana legislation that drills down into the notion that, you know, a female can or should or could produce eggs, and the same with a male.
So they're identical to the legislation that was passed during the 89th regular session?
They are not. They
They're
differ.
different. So we're creating different definitions for male and female in code under this bill.
Yes.
Okay. And then also noticeably absent is intersex individuals. How does this apply to them?
I think it depends on if you recognize whether there are two biological sexes.
You think there are only two?
I do.
So intersex individuals don't exist? No, I don't mean that in a joking way. I'm really addressing this. I mean, there are individuals that are intersex. How are they addressing this? We can't pretend they don't exist.
I think that in a lot of instances, they are accommodated by single-use bathroom facilities.
Is that addressed in the bill?
Those accommodations are spelled out in there.
So it says if you're an intersex individual, you have to use a single occupancy?
It does not say that, no.
Okay, so that could be problematic in the enforcement of this bill.
Perhaps.
And there's no enforcement guidance included, is that correct?
It is a private person.
Like, how would someone know whether an individual is a male or a female? Just by the way they look?
Yes. In this case.
So there are all these enforcements and penalties, and we're gonna go by someone's opinion of how someone looks?
The purpose of the bill is to ensure that biological females and biological males that have to share a multiple-use space have that space assigned and dedicated to their use.
I understand your stated purpose of the bill. I think there's a problem with enforcement guidance, and we can't go just by the way someone looks and making a complaint that a person doesn't look like a man or a woman. Also, I have questions about the exceptions on page 4 and 5. It says that the designation of a multi-occupancy private space under this section does not apply to a child who is 9 years of age or younger. Why 9?
That was established as being the age that most children and their parents feel comfortable taking them into a same-sex bathroom.
Again, I think there's a problem there with the enforcement guidance. So as a mother of a boy, if I have a 10-year-old boy, so I would be in violation if I decide I am at an airport, at a convention center, some public building, and cannot take my 10-year-old son with me.
It would be,
Now, I would be in violation.
it would be up to someone to challenge that, yes.
Okay, and so we're kind of encroaching on parental rights there as well, aren't we? What I decide to do with my 10-year-old son in a public space, if I feel that he should be going into the women's restroom with me, because that's where I feel he's safe.
It would be up to an individual to challenge that.
An individual, how would they know my son's age? If he's short, if he's tall? Moving on to the shelters. It says prohibited services at certain family shelters, that a family violence shelter designated specifically to provide services to female victims of family violence may only provide services to an individual whose sex is female and to an individual who is 16 years of age or younger. So, example of a mother with a special needs child that's over the age of 18, but for whom they're still the guardian, they would not be able to seek help or assistance at a women's shelter?
It's actually 17, not 16. I've heard that concern. I think that's something that definitely needs to be looked at,
Okay, so we'll look at language to address that.
yes.
Did I?
She
Yes,
said
okay,
yes.
thank you.
Thank you. All right, members. Other questions? Before we call witnesses? Seeing none, I do want to acknowledge that Representative Howard and Representative Gonzalez are on the dais. We have 11 members of this committee that all have questions, and we have a time limit. I will not be recognizing our guests, but you're welcome to sit on the dais, and if you have questions, you're welcome to give them to somebody sitting next to you, but we have too many that are going to ask questions to recognize members that aren't on the committee. First, who we call? Yeah. Okay. Chair calls Ezra Morales, Megan Bitton, Molly Voiles. Okay.
Good morning. All right. Ezra Morales, we have you registered on behalf of yourself against SB 8. Is that correct?
Correct.
Please proceed.
Greetings, committee members. My name is Ezra Morales, a constituent of Boston for the past 20 years, and I am here to strongly oppose SB 8. This testimony marks approximately a decade of me coming to testify in opposition of bills similar to this. The first time I did this, I was a teenager in high school, and now not only am I an adult, but an educator as well. To be quite honest, I did not envision myself almost 10 years ago having to do this again and again and again and again. However, as an educator, it is my job to teach my students and protect my students from harm's way. This past Tuesday, I had the privilege of meeting my new kindergartners and welcoming back my fifth graders. I cannot imagine having to explain to them why a random stranger approached them one day while they were out with their parents just enjoying a family outing, and this stranger was either asking invasive questions of their parents or requiring the child to physically prove their gender. I was so scared coming to the Capitol as a teen by myself, having to be vulnerable to a room of grown adults more than twice my age. And now I cannot help but feel scared and upset because we are still here talking about this same subject almost 10 years later, and my students may have to go through the same struggles I have gone through. What could we have done in this time? Could we have figured out more comprehensive solutions to the education of our youth? Could we have figured out more ways to ensure none of our youth in our state are going to sleep at night hungry? Could we have figured out more comprehensive flood prevention? I'm not quite sure, and I will never know because that time has now been lost to me pleading for human decency. This bill would cause far more harm than good in relation to the safety of women and girls. Thank you for your time.
Members, any questions? All right, thank you. Next, we have Megan Benton. Oh, sorry, Misty?
Did you say you were an educator?
Correct.
And how long have you been one?
This will be my third year,
May I ask what level that you work?
K through fifth.
K through
K through fifth.
K through 5.
Yes.
Okay. And have you encountered any problems in the use of? Have any of your students encountered any problems in the use of the restroom?
No.
Have there been any complaints at your school that you may be aware of?
None that I am aware of.
Have you been able to look at kids and identify whether or not that they are trans?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other questions? Megan Benton, we have you registered on behalf of Texas Values Action and yourself for SB 8. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You may proceed.
Thank you, members of the committee, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Megan Benton. I'm the Strategic Policy Associate for Texas Values Action, and I'm here today to testify in favor of SB 8. Texas Values Action is the largest statewide Christian law and policy organization in Texas, standing for faith, family, and freedom. This legislation is critical to protecting women and girls in the state of Texas and preserving our dignity. To put it simply, this legislation makes it clear that women deserve to feel safe and protected in our private spaces. Locker rooms, showers, women's shelters, bathrooms, and even prisons are places where women are vulnerable, and by ensuring these places stay sex separated, you will be safeguarding the women and girls of Texas from both physical and emotional harm. This is common sense policy. When I use a gym, locker room, changing facility, or restroom, I want to be confident that the space is for women only. But this safety isn't always the case. Riley Gaines and Paula Scanlon were forced to share the same locker room as Will Thomas. During the regular session, I tried to use the second floor restroom in the Capitol and realized there was a biological man dressed as a woman in the restroom. So I left and waited until another woman was entering the restroom to safely enter. Since then, the State Preservation Board created a policy specifically stating that you must use the restroom that matches your sex, and I feel safer. But that security shouldn't be limited to just the Capitol, and it needs to be applied to the state. Please pass SB 8 to ensure that the women and girls in Texas are safe and protected. Thank you for your time.
Any questions? Representative Raymond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your experience that you said so how did you said you became aware that there was, say that again?
I saw somebody in the restroom that I knew was a biological man.
And how did you know, how did you come to that conclusion?
I had been testifying in state affairs in the Senate, and I recognized the purse of the man in the restroom, and I knew, so I left and I came back.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Molly Boyles, on behalf of Texas Council on Family Violence, neutral on SB 8.
Good
Is that
morning.
correct?
Oh, yes, thank you,
You may proceed.
Representative. Good morning, everyone. My name is Molly Voiles. I'm the Director of Public Policy at the Texas Council on Family Violence. We are here registering on Senate Bill 8. If you all aren't familiar, we are the statewide domestic violence coalition representing programs and survivors all over the state. It is our policy to register on a measure when an office is working with us on a safety issue we identify and making changes, and we appreciate Representative Orr speaking with us about our concerns on this measure. My job is to represent domestic violence survivors and centers, so we know you'll hear from a number of folks today. I'll focus on the family violence provisions. I know that I have been in front of y'all and on this measure many times now and will keep doing so, because I believe every victim in our state should get support and services, with the only focus being the danger they are in. And frankly, I see many champions up here who believe that as well. In the Senate, some changes were made to this measure that improved it, but it is imperative that we resolve the remaining issues so that survivors can safely seek services. I was an advocate for many years, and when you call a hotline, it is often the moment before you believe you will die. I don't say that with hyperbole, it is true. You do not call a domestic violence shelter unless your safety issues are grave. We understand the intent of this measure was for only Section 3002.055 to apply to family violence shelters, but as constructed, the programs who are housed on county land or in a county building could have the other provisions apply, causing great safety issues. Further, Section 3002.055 states that if a program operates solely for women, you can only bring a dependent up to 17 with you. Many women fleeing have a son who is 18, still in high school, or a child with a disability over that age for whom they are the primary caretaker. A choice to leave that includes leaving without your child is not a choice at all. In front of you is the exception language we believe would support family violence victims all over the state. Again, we appreciate the representative's office for meeting with us on this.
Thank you for your testimony. And I think these are the flyers.
I didn't even see the light. I apologize. We
The
just
light's
urged
up here.
if you voted out that this language is included. And I'm happy to answer any questions about the Family Violence Center provisions.
Members, any questions? All right, thank you. And I believe you are in communication with the author to address some of the concerns that you've raised.
Correct. We appreciate Representative Orr spent time with us in their office. We've also repeatedly worked with Senator Middleton's office. We believe these changes are critical for safety.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Gordy Carmona, Jennifer Fleck, and Nicole Lusardi. Do you have Gordy Carmona? Jennifer Fleck? Right, we have you registered as Jennifer Fleck on behalf of the Travis County GOP. Is it chair?
Chair.
Do we have your permission to correct that spelling?
Sure.
And on behalf of yourself for SB 8, is that correct?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jennifer Fleck. I'm the Travis County GOP Chair, and I serve on the Republican Party of Texas Subcommittee for the legislative priority, Stop Sexualizing Texas Kids. I'm here today to speak in strong support of the Texas Women's Privacy Act because our children's safety, privacy, and innocence must come first. Today, in many of our public schools, children are being forced into situations where their privacy and safety are compromised. Policies that allow biological males into girls' restrooms, locker rooms, and showers sexualize our children, whether intentional or not. A young girl should never have to undress for gym class or shower after athletics, knowing that a biological male could walk in. When we allow co-ed access to intimate spaces under the guise of gender identity, we expose children to sexualized situations they are not emotionally equipped to handle, create opportunities for abuse, voyeurism, and exploitation, and send the harmful message that protecting feelings outweighs protecting children from harm. This bill is simple and common sense. It designates restrooms, locker rooms, and showers according to biological sex, protects the privacy and safety of all children, and provides accountability for schools and public institutions that fail to comply. Stopping the sexualization of Texas kids is an official Republican Party priority because we have seen how radical gender ideology is creeping into our classrooms and our children's lives. A line must be drawn. Protecting children should not be controversial. Texans are demanding that our schools remain safe and free from policies that sexualize or endanger our kids. I urge you to pass this bill without delay. Thank you for allowing me to testify, and I appreciate Representative Valerie Swanson for carrying this bill during the regular session. Thank you.
Members, any questions? All right. Gordy Carmona, we have you registered on behalf of yourself against SB 8, is that correct?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair Hernandez and committee members. My name is Gardy Carmona, and I'm opposition to SB 8. It's embarrassing that we're here again for doing this for the past 8 years, fighting a bill that's been defeated over and over again. If we are truly worried about the safety of people, we would have done something by now. This does not protect people. This actually is going to hurt people. We've seen it happen already with the bill passing, with people in Minnesota, a cisgender teenager being stopped by an employee asking to prove that they're a woman by exposing her breast. We've seen this harm people, and it's going to negatively impact Black and brown people the most, because there's been historically instances of people trying to invalidate the humanity of people by trying to declare that they're too masculine or too feminine to be who they say they are. If we cared about the safety of children, this special session, the last special session, would have had seen us do flood relief first thing, but that's not the case. It was a bathroom bill over and over again. If we want to protect children and women in these spaces, why not actually prosecute the people that actually do harm in these situations? We already have protections for the restroom. And I'm worried that I'm gonna see faces and names that I know in publication because they've been assaulted, just because this language in this bill already is harming people. I've seen so many families moving because the rhetoric being toted. If we want to protect people, we need to actually do things. We should stop protecting people in this legislature from assaulting people. We need to protect people from faith leaders being protected when they are assaulting children. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole Lusardi,
Yes, good morning, Vice Chair.
we have you registered on behalf of the
sorry.
Texas Hospital Association, neutral on SB 8, is that correct?
Yes, that's
You may
correct.
proceed.
Good morning, Vice Chairwoman and members of the committee. My name is Nicole Lusardi, and I'm here on behalf of the Texas Hospital Association to testify neutral with concerns on the filed version of Senate Bill 8. We do not believe SB 8 is intended to apply to public hospitals and their patient care areas. The focus of the bill is clearly on restrooms, locker rooms, and similar facilities, not the emergency department or patient care units. Our concern is simply that the current definition of multi-occupancy private space is written broadly enough that it could be read to cover patient care spaces where patients are often in a state of undress separated by curtains. This broad definition could create significant and unintended consequences. A narrow clarification would ensure that public hospitals are not swept up in while preserving the policy goals of the bill. Creating sex-segregated spaces in a patient care environment would be challenging, to say the least. It might be feasible in a two-bed patient room, but it's completely unworkable in an emergency department designed to serve patients based on need, not sex. Retrofitting emergency departments and other units could cost millions and certainly could not be done before the effective date of the bill. This would be especially difficult in our public rural hospitals where resources are already stretched thin. Further, under EMTALA, hospitals are required to screen and stabilize every patient who presents with an emergency condition. In situations where an emergency department cannot accommodate sex-based separation, such as during a mass casualty event, hospitals would be forced to disregard SB 8's segregation requirements to comply with federal law. Finally, the bill could also prevent non-medical staff, such as registration personnel, chaplains, food service, and volunteers, as well as patients' family members of the opposite sex, from entering these patient care areas. Such restrictions would be impractical for hospital operations and harmful for patients. We have shared our concerns with the bill's author and sponsor, and we believe a narrow fix clarifying multi-occupancy private space does not include patient care areas.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions? All right. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Simon Shepard, Mary Elizabeth Castle, Mariana Kaderville, Simon Shepard,
Yes, ma'am.
have you registered on behalf of yourself against SB 8, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed.
Hello, my name is Simon Shepard, and I'm here from DFW today to testify against SB 8. This is the second time I will be testifying against this bill that is being pushed forward under the false pretense of protecting women, when this bill will ultimately do nothing more than harm Texans. The folks who are pushing this rhetoric are hiding behind their thinly veiled prejudice and are going to put their neighbors in danger. For a state that is so loud on how pro-small government it is blatantly hypocritical to continue pushing for bills that rely on the invasion of a Texan's personal privacy. When someone doesn't immediately meet your standards for a woman, how are you going to prove that? Invading someone's privacy. And it will happen at our schools and with your children too. When will this become inspections to prove that your daughter can enter the girls' locker room? But that's the thing. The bill in this ideology is not rooted in legitimacy. It is just another scapegoat that you can point to as the reason why XYZ isn't working out. Instead of focusing on how to make Texas a better place for everyone, we've jumped on a bandwagon of continuous oppression of a group that makes up roughly 1% of the state's population. I'm a part of that incredibly small percentage of transgender Texans, and when I'm not getting my bachelor's of science, I do wildland firefighting and conservation work. I'm fighting and working hard for a state that keeps proving time and time again it cares about a different 1%, a wealthy upper-class 1% that does not care for or represent the rest of real, hardworking Texans. Do not vote yes on this bill if you have any regard for the overall safety of the everyday Texans you are supposed to be working for. Thank you for your time.
Any questions? All right, thank you. Mary Elizabeth Castle, we have you registered on behalf of Texas Values for SB 8, is that correct?
That's correct.
You may proceed.
Good morning, Chairman King and members of the committee. My name is Mary Elizabeth Castle. I'm Director of Government Relations for Texas Values, and I'm testifying in favor of Senate Bill 8, the Texas Women's Privacy Act. Why do we need this bill? Because women deserve to have their private spaces protected by law, just like it has been for several years. In 1972, Title IX was passed as an amendment to the Civil Rights Act of 1964 to make sure that women could have equal access, not only in their jobs, but also in education. And a part of that included making sure that they had their sex-separated facilities. This is not something that is really a divided issue. Many people agree that this is common sense. According to a poll by Independent Women's Forum, 86% of American voters agree that women and men are legally equal, but they are not biologically the same. And this follows across all voting demographics. 83% of Democratic voters believe the same statement. In addition to that, when it comes to prisons that are important, they agree that it's important to keep these separate based on sexes. 91% of American voters agree on this. And independent voters agree with this statement 92%, and Democrat voters 88%. This is not a divided issue. People agree. And it's a very extreme statement to say that there are zero incidents. I don't think anything in society could be 0 incidents. You always have an incident of something, but it's not just a few incidents. Even in this Texas Capitol, there have been reported incidents, even by a staffer who worked at this Capitol, of facing the issue of having her privacy violated in the restroom. And it may not happen in your district, but Round Rock ISD is a perfect example where this incident happened to 2 young girls who were in the band and had to share their locker room with the male student. They were told by the school, instead of having their privacy protected, that they would just have to go home and change. And in doing so, they missed their class time and their grades suffered because of that. We must pass Senate Bill 8. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. Mariana Catterville? Catterville. We have you registered on behalf of Texas Values for SB 8, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, all. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in favor of SB 8, which requires that multiple occupancy private spaces are designated for and used by individuals of the same biological sex. I support this bill because I believe it is wise and prudent. Any multiple occupancy space, such as a bathroom or a locker room, can create opportunity for inappropriate behavior or simply senses of discomfort, especially for women. Allowing individuals besides biological women in their sex-separated spaces widens the door for these situations to occur. As a woman, I already feel very insecure going into a public restroom by myself, especially if I am alone and I don't know who else has entered. I am immediately put on my guard because it is in those types of spaces when I am most exposed and most vulnerable. Some may believe that their gender identity as a woman justifies their entrance into these spaces regardless of their biological makeup. However, because gender identity is based on personal internal experience, it provides grounds for those, however few, who do wish to harm women to do so under a claim that is entirely subjective and therefore easy to use strategically. Without SB 8 in place, those who wish to enter women's spaces with the intent to harm have easier access to do so. With that, I urge the committee to pass SB 8. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Any questions? Thank you all. Juniper Lyons, Denise Siebert, Celia Israel, morning, we have you. Celia Israel. Welcome.
Thank you,
Welcome
Madam
back.
Chair. Thank you.
We have you registered as the Travis County Tax Assessor in Self against SB 8. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Celia Israel, currently serving as the Travis County Tax Assessor Collector. Thank you for your time this morning. It's good to see so many of you, although I wish it certainly wasn't under these circumstances yet again. I am honored to have served in this body for 9 years as a member of the Texas House, representing District 50. Unfortunately, I am all too familiar with the battles this body has had over people's private lives. Every session and every special session I served in meant a tearful, painful, divisive battle that intended to do harm to trans Texans. And every battle left a mark on those across the aisle relationships that used to be common. So you have before you yet another bathroom bill, and I come before you today as a county official to ask that you consider not only the human toll, but the financial toll this bill will have on your county government officials. Travis County is the 5th largest county in the state, and I oversee an office of nearly 200 employees with 5 locations that serves well over 2,000 Texans a day as they pay their taxes, register their vehicles, and register to vote. The tax office is the most customer-facing entity within our county. I ask that you consider the perspective of county officials who, with the rising cost of housing and wages and materials and general cost of living, are right now planning their budgets for the next fiscal year. Senate Bill 8 would not only revive the same discriminatory battles that we have fought over the years. It would also recklessly drain precious taxpayer dollars. The bill would allow fines of $5,000 for a local government's first violation and $25,000 for subsequent violations. It's billed directly to cities, counties, and schools and other political subdivisions. Think about what that means in practice. Our tax offices, our courthouses, our public libraries, our schools could be hit with exorbitant fines daily. We're talking about already underfunded institutions being forced to police people's gender, subjecting Texans
Thank
to
you very
invasive scrutiny.
much. Any questions?
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Denise Siebert? We have you registered on behalf of yourself for ASB 8, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed.
My name is Denise Seibert. I am representing myself, and I'm in support of SB 8. Thank you, Senators and State Affairs Committee, for hearing me today. Men should not women's shelter or a women's prison or any women's designated private space. These private spaces have been separated for a reason, and that is protection. Yes, there are problems with men coming into women's bathroom. Here in the Capitol, men have been coming into my bathroom for this session and last session, and clearly I can tell they are a male. It is not hard for me to tell because I am a 63-year-old woman. These are clear distinctions physically between men and women. Protecting feelings over privacy is not protecting my privacy. Feelings don't change your bodily form. This bill is about personal privacy of men and women. Women should have their private space protected and honored. This is common sense. Men and women are not biologically the same. Privacy for a woman should not be considered as a cost. Humans have more value than finances. Privacy, respect is priceless. As a woman in my late 40s, I had a man come into my private space when I was showering. He wanted to hang out with his friend. I only had a shower curtain between me and the hallway. I felt violated. I felt disrespected. I wanted to scream. My private space had been taken away. What was his intent being in the next stall? I felt exposed and very uncomfortable. I'm a very private person. I don't undress in front of anybody. That's the way I've always been. So why should I be considered intolerant because I'm a woman? And I want to be safe as I take care of my bodily needs. Am I to be considered demanding because I don't want to be in fear for myself and intolerant?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions? Juniper Lyons, we have you registered on behalf of yourself against SB 8, is that correct?
Correct.
You may proceed.
Hello, everyone. My name is Juniper Lyons. I live in Bastrop, Texas. I'm here to ask all of you to vote against SB 8, as this bill would make Texas a more dangerous state for me to live in and push people like me away from their families. Last year, my family went to the Lady Bird Johnson Wildflower Center to watch the eclipse, which is owned by UT, so it would be subject to this bill. We had family fly in from out of state. We all wore the same shirt and had a beautiful picnic outside surrounded by all the flowers. If this bill passes, though, I won't go there again. I will never go back there. Not with my cousins, my parents, or my eventual kids. My wife and I are hoping to start a family soon, and some of my fondest memories growing up are from going to the county fairs with my parents and my little brother. I'm sure some of y'all have those same memories. If this bill passes, it means my kids won't have that memory. They'll still go to the fair, but one of their moms will be missing. I will be missing. Passing this bill would make it necessary for every transgender person in Texas to look at the laws and ordinances of every city that we go to check exactly what danger we're getting ourselves into just for visiting a friend. Passing this bill would rob kids who have done nothing wrong of precious memories with their parents and family. It's a father not going to his kids' football games, a mother that can't take her kids to the pool, a brother missing the family camping trip, an empty seat at a school play where an aunt would have been. On Monday, while talking on this bill, Senator Middleton said, "Texas must be the safest state in America to raise a family." Voting for SB 8 makes my life harder and more dangerous. not just in prisons, but in small, everyday, nuanced ways, and pushes people like me away from our families. Please vote no.
Any questions? All right. Thank you all. Anna Nguyen, Cindy Asmussen, and Daniel Hunt. Cindy Asmussen? Yes. We have you registered on behalf of Southern Baptist of Texas Convention and Self for SB 8, is that correct?
That's correct.
You may
Thank
proceed.
you. My name is Cindy Asmussen. I'm the Public Policy Advisor for the Southern Baptist of Texas Convention, in which we have over 2,800 Texas churches, and we support SB 8. On behalf of the women and children in Texas, we implore you to finally pass SB 8 and to keep intimate private spaces separate based on biological sex. It is dangerous and traumatizing for a child or a woman to share a restroom, locker room, shelter, jail, sleeping quarter, or dressing room with the opposite sex. There are many encounters that go unreported, such as my own family member who did experience a man that came into the women's restroom while she was in there alone and entered the stall next to her. She felt vulnerable and unsafe. It is a violation of privacy and safety to be in a state of undress with the opposite sex. I also have friends who have experienced the same occurrence in dressing rooms. I was contacted by a mom in my district whose high school child was traumatized when a male student walked in while she was undressing in the girls' locker room. Without anyone knowing, the district had approved him to use the girls' locker room because he claimed to identify as a female. The young girl was forced to accept it or go home to change each day on her lunch hour. Several years ago, an 8-year-old child in the Austin Public Library was sexually assaulted by a man who entered the restroom without anyone attempting to stop him from entering that private space. Human beings are uniquely created by God, male and female, with distinct and complementary differences. The ideology of fluid sexuality undermines that truth as well as science and the basic understanding of human anatomy, genetics, physiology, psychology, and reproduction. The number one role of government is public safety, which is why Texas must pass SB 8.
Any questions? Thank you. Anna Nguyen?
Yes.
We have you registered on behalf of PFLAG Austin and
PFLAG,
South?
yes.
PFLAG, against SB 8, is that correct?
Yes.
You may proceed.
My name is Anna Nguyen. I am representing myself and PFLAG Austin. My pronouns are she, her, and I oppose SB 8. When I tell non-Texans that I am from Texas and am a proud Texan, they asked, in your opinion, which is the worst state to live in? And why is it Texas? I tell them Texas is great. It's just the people governing it and those who support them who are despicable. That's our legislature is despicable. They don't care about women's well-being because if they did, they would do something about pay inequity, about maternity leave. They don't care about women's and girls' sports because if they did, they would do something about compensation for women athletes and about the quantity and quality of facilities for girls' sports. They don't care about women's safety because if they did, there would have been law forbidding people convicted of criminal domestic violence from ever purchasing a firearm. Why are they like that? Because they want to get elected, stay elected, and die elected. Why else would they go after the trans demographic that is 0.4% of the population? Because this is a culture war issue and it helps them cling to power. Why else would they see to it that the bill's language completely excludes intersex people, even though intersex people are as common as redheads? Because it is a culture war issue and it helps them cling to power. Why else would they file transphobic bills in every legislative session going back to 2017? Because it is a culture war issue and it helped them cling to power. I want them to know that we know why they are doing this. We will remember, history will remember, not favorably. How do you want to be remembered?
Any questions? Thank you. Daniel Hunt? We have you registered on behalf of yourself for SB 8, is that correct?
That's correct.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Vice Chairman, members. Thank you for allowing me to address the committee on SB 8. My name is Daniel Hunt. I'm here to speak in favor of SB 8. I have served on the State Republican Executive Committee and as a Republican County Chairman. I'm currently a candidate to be the next state representative for House District 8. However, today I come before you as a private citizen. Where do the rights of one person end? Where do the rights of another person begin? Women have a right to privacy in their private spaces, and men do too. As much as some want to pretend a man can be a woman or vice versa, it is not scientifically possible. XX is woman, XY is man. Dressing as the opposite sex, taking hormones, having surgical procedures, nothing ever changes XX and XY. That is scientific fact. A man with XX chromosomes who believes he is a woman does not have incorrect biology, he has a mental illness. Many people give that term a stigma, but why? It is an illness, just like cancer or pneumonia is an illness. Do we just cater to someone who has cancer or pneumonia? No, we give them treatment attempting to cure the illness. Gender dysphoria is a mental illness. Why don't we give treatment in an attempt to cure this mental illness? That makes much more sense. This isn't about someone being assaulted in a restroom. It's about a woman's right to private spaces. A man never needs to use a woman's restroom. If a man believes he is a woman, he can use the stalls in a men's restroom, and he can seek mental health treatment to address his mental illness. He doesn't have the right to intrude on the privacy of a woman in her private spaces. This bill codifies what has been practiced for hundreds of years. I've seen men walk out of the women's restroom here at the state capitol during the 89th legislature. So yes, there are instances of this activity addressed by this bill happening in Texas, and these men infringed on the rights of women using those restrooms right here. These women have a right to privacy that was violated. That right must be protected. Please pass SB 8 favorably from this committee. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you all. Keats Miles Wallace, Dan Chandler, Jake Wilson. Keats Miles Wallace?
Yes,
We have you registered on behalf of Texas Impact and Self against SB 8, is that correct?
that's correct.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon. I'm the Reverend Keats Miles Wallace, and I am testifying on behalf of Texas Impact, a network of Texans of faith committed to freedom, justice, and the dignity of every person. SB 8 is not about safety. It is about exclusion. It reaches into every political subdivision, schools, courthouses, jails, hospitals, airports, libraries, state parks, and tells transgender Texans you do not belong here. And it seemingly asks churches to do the same when they are used as polling locations, as shelters after fires and floods, when they receive public funds or sign MOUs. Do we tell our neighbors they are welcome to vote or to find refuge here, but only some neighbors? And the data is clear. Every time this bill comes up and fails, harm to trans people decreases. That's right. Every time the state chooses compassion over fear, Texans live a little safer, a little freer, a little more fully themselves. So let us choose differently. Let us choose dignity over cruelty, love over fear, justice over exclusion. We will not build our state on fear. We will not write our laws on shame. We will not harm the vulnerable in the name of politics. We will build on justice. We will build on dignity. We will build on love. That is the Texas we believe in, and that is the Texas that God calls us to be.
Any questions? Thank you. Dan Chandler?
Hello.
We have you registered on behalf of yourself for SB 8, is that correct?
That's correct.
You may proceed.
This means don't tear down the flags, the statues, monuments, 10 Commandments, babies, border, Alamo, the cenotaph. Don't tear down Texas and America piece by piece, plank by plank, or we won't survive. And that includes women's spaces. I was outside the east entrance during the session. A lady came to me and she said that she went into the restroom with her 2 little daughters and a toddler, and there was a man in there. And she said, "You shouldn't be around my children." And he said, you should not be around your children. And she told the DPS officer, she said, they were crying. And he said, ma'am, there's nothing I can do about that. Yesterday, I was outside the same place. A guy come up and started saying he's transgender and that he's a woman and that F you, F you, F you, F you. Woman, DPS come outside and she heard noises, voices. And she said, I said, well, that guy cussed me out. He's going down there. She goes, well, didn't you cuss him out first? Didn't you tell him to leave? And then she said, I can't hear what was going on. False witness. I'm subjected to that. This says, those who tear down the statues, I will send to them, I will pour out my wrath on them like water. That has occurred. That has already occurred. We got lines in the sky. We got blood moons. We got tsunamis. We got all kinds of stuff, all kinds of signs. All right. If God will send a flood because you tore down the Confederate plaque, what do you think He's going to do about these kids? Where it says put a millstone around your neck and drop you into the sea would be better, and that they're angels before the Lord continually.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any questions? Jake Wilson, we have you registered on behalf of yourself for SB 8, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed.
Good morning, Chairman King and members of the committee. My name is Jake Wilson. I'm from Fort Worth, and I am testifying in my personal capacity only in favor of Senate Bill 8. As a husband and a father of 2 daughters, it is very important to me that women and girls are not exposed to male parts in private spaces against their consent. But with all due respect to Mr. Chandler here, I think there are better ways to advocate for our position than waving the flag of those who fought for slavery. I also want to address an important concern I've heard, that some say that bills such as Senate Bill 8 result in a decline in happiness and mental health of some who identify as transgender. That's an important concern that warrants a response because the lives and well-being of these individuals matter. So as a supporter of Senate Bill 8, I'll say a few things about this concern. One, many detransitioners have experienced the joy and happiness that comes from fully accepting their biological sex rather than trying to change it. Two, I do hope that our society at large moves as much as possible towards more single occupancy restrooms in order to accommodate anyone who may not feel comfortable sharing restrooms with other people in general. I hope that more single occupancy private spaces over time can be a win for everyone. And three, in discussions surrounding transgenderism in private spaces, I hope we can all agree that every person should know that their value as a human being does not depend on whether or not the Texas legislature passes a specific bill. We should all want to help someone struggling with depression to get help and encouragement, and at the same time, at the end of the day, we can each support what we think is best for Texas. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, or questions of the witness of this panel? Seeing none, thank you all for being here.
Race cards will send you to hell. Your race cards will send you to hell.
All right, chair calls June Nguyen, Braden Preston, Lauren Pena. Lauren Pena. Oh, he's here. All right. Yeah. Is that her? Is that her? All right, June Nguyen. We show you as June, am I saying that correct? Nguyen?
That's right.
June Nguyen. You're here on behalf of yourself, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please proceed. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is June Nguyen. I oppose SB 8. I'm a woman, and I'm a proud trans Texan. I was born in Beaumont, Texas, and have just about lived in Texas my whole life. I oppose this bill because it simply does not do anything to help anyone and does a lot to hurt everyone. It encourages scrutiny of what individuals wear, how they walk, how they talk, what their bodies look like, transgender or not. This bill would harm cisgender individuals and transgender individuals alike. Do we want to live in a state that polices what we look like? Do you like the idea of not feeling woman enough to use the bathroom, not man enough? Proponents of this bill would like to believe that this bill protects women, that it protects them from trans women who they believe are depraved criminals. It's a hypothetical that has been repeated ad nauseum. It has no credibility. It is a scary feeling, a vague threat. Proponents say that this bill protects women. What it actually does is protect that sense of uncertainty accompanied by a complete lack of curiosity when met with someone who lives outside your own experience. I would love to know how many transgender people the authors of this bill know personally. We are not monsters. We are spouses, we are neighbors, we are fellow citizens, we are normal, and dare I say, boring human beings. It does not take much to understand this. Please don't turn what ought to be a terribly mundane task into a source of pain and anxiety. I love our public institutions, our libraries, our state parks, our universities. I work a desk job, I drive a car that gets too hot in the summer, I cook and I clean, I'm afraid of dying, I pay taxes, I laugh, and I cry, just like you do. Please don't make my life harder. If you want to change how we as a society use the bathroom, consider building floor-to-ceiling stalls that are gender neutral, more efficient, more private, better in every way. Vote no on this bill. Thank you.
For your testimony. Members or questions of Ms. Nguyen? Seeing none. Thank you for being here. Braden Preston. We show you as Braden Preston testifying on behalf of yourself, and you are against SB 8. Is that correct?
Correct.
Please proceed. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Braden Preston. I'm testifying in opposition. This bill circles an important issue that we face today, sexual assault, particularly the high rates of assault on women. However, this bill places a target on trans, non-binary, and even other people who just do not dress or present in a way that one might expect a man or woman to present, without actually protecting the population it claims to. As a counselor in training, I have worked with perpetrators of sexual assault in group counseling. By and large, these men are not the stereotypical predator you would imagine would follow a woman into a bathroom. Instead, they commit sexual assaults as a result of a brand of masculinity that promotes sex as a competition and sexual partners as the prize. This hyper-masculine culture that leads to sexual assault cannot be farther from how trans and non-binary individuals live their lives. Women have a right to fear being assaulted, yet there is no documented reasonable evidence to fear trans individuals assaulting people. Grouping all these people together based on their genitalia is discriminatory and frankly weird. Just as it is not fair to treat me or you as a potential sexual predator based on our anatomy, it is not fair to treat trans people that way, yet that is exactly what this bill does. This is not to mention that trans and non-binary people are 1.5 times as likely to be victims of assault as women, a fact that highlights the elevated risks this population is put in by the restrictions on shelter services this bill proposes. In conclusion, this bill increases the risks of assault to one population without lowering the risks to women. I urge this committee to abandon this bill and prioritize resources to foster a culture of respective masculinity that will actually lead to more safety for women.
Thank you for your testimony. Members or questions of this witness? I see none. Thank you for being here. Right. Lauren Pena, we show you as Lauren Pena. You are testifying on behalf of Travis County Republican Party and yourself.
Yes,
and
sir.
you are for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Hello, my name is Lauren Pena. I'm a Travis County Republican Precinct Chair. I'm also a candidate for United States Congress. I'm testifying in favor of this bill today because I live in public housing downtown across from the Capitol. And what's happening is I have domestic survivors or domestic violence survivors that are coming into the property and things like that to get safety who have actually been in the shelters downtown. And they say, and they've told me personally, that not only do they have to share the restrooms with people that are transgender, they're having to share showers as well. And so she told me that she was very, very uncomfortable with that. And when she complained to the shelter, she faced a lot of issues with that. I'm also here in a similar topic to raise awareness. As a survivor of human trafficking, I waited on the public housing list for 10 years before I got housed. And the way the city's deciding to address this issue as far as the shelters and transgenders is they're fast tracking them out of the shelter into housing. So I feel like this constitutes a form of discrimination for me as someone, a survivor of human trafficking, having children, needing to wait 10 years to get housed. Had I been transgender, I would have been housed. So I'd like the committee to also look into that because I believe that that is a form
Ma'am,
of.
Please stick to this bill.
Yes, sir. So, like I said, with the story that my friend in my building has told me, she has to share showers and stuff in the shelters. I think that SB 8 would be great to address this, and I really appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Members, of questions of the witness? See none. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Okay. Chair calls Jerica Van Sluter, Gregory Fowler, Cindy Castilla. Cindy Castilla. All right. We'll wait. So, all right. Jerica Van Sluter, is it Sluter?
Van Sliders.
Sorry?
Van Sliders.
Slider? Slider? All right. You're Jerica Van Slider. You are here on behalf of yourself, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
Please proceed.
My name is Jerica Van Sliders. I am here representing myself today as a transgender woman, a wife, a fellow Texan, and most importantly, a human being, to speak against SB 8, which would ban transgender people like me from safely accessing restrooms, shelters, and other single-sex facilities that align with our gender identity. You may be wondering why I felt the need to use all those descriptors. Surely it's plain to see that I'm a human being, but I would argue the fact that we're here discussing this bill today proves some of you don't get that. SB 8 is a monstrously cruel, discriminatory bill designed to erase trans people from daily public life and chip away at the rights of all women. It is not, as Senator Middleton likes to claim, about protecting women's rights or privacy. It's about hurting trans people to appease his fanatical Christian base so he can run for Attorney General. When I spoke to your Senate colleagues 2 weeks ago, I told them I didn't want to be there, that I found it degrading to beg for basic human dignity, but today I know I have to be here. I need to look you all in the eyes before the violence that these bills encourage takes my life. And make no mistake, the lives of trans youth and adults is what's at stake here. Back in May, they argued HB 229 was just about definitions, and yet here we are. So tell me, how many more laws do we need to make up to accommodate these definitions that we strangely never needed before? I lived in Texas my entire life. I knew I was trans when I was 14. I have been transitioning for 11 years, and I'm happily married to my husband, Greg, and I work for a city government. All my government ID, state and federal, has legally reflected I'm female for years, and now I worry whether I'll be alive next year. Trans people have never been a threat to you. We're just trying to live our lives. When we use a bathroom, we're not looking at you or your kids. Stop flattering yourselves. We're there to pee and get on with our day, so why do you insist on making us the enemy? Today, you have the chance to do the right thing, and the world will remember what you choose. So please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are questions of this witness? Seeing none. Gregory Fowler. We show you as Gregory Fowler. You're testifying here today on behalf of yourself, and you're against the bill, is that correct?
I am against
Please
the bill.
proceed.
Yes. My name is Greg Fowler, and I'm here today with my wife, Jerica Van Sliders, representing myself to testify in opposition to SB 8. Every single official document that has my wife's, Jerica's name on it, lists her as female. This was done years ago after going before a judge and presenting evidence, both medical and psychological, that she will live the rest of her life as a woman. The legislature has passed HB 229 in the regular session to define my wife out of existence in state records. Now it attempts to push her out of public life with SB 8. How can someone wait in line at a government building for hours if you can't use the restroom? Would you really want a trans man with a full beard, more masculine than me or most of you guys in this room, to have to use the women's restroom just because there was an F on his original unamended birth certificate? Would that make women feel safer to see him in the restroom? What about a cisgender woman with a short haircut and butch appearance? In many examples around the country, not only are trans people affected by bills like this, but cisgender people who don't look feminine or masculine enough and are harassed in restrooms because bigots feel emboldened by bills like SB 8. My wife and many thousands of transgender Texans put no one in danger by accessing basic restroom and changing facilities. In fact, SB 8 threatens to put Jerica and people like her in danger. This is the second time my wife and I have had to make the last-minute plans to come down here from Denton to beg Texas Republicans to show basic human decency and allow trans people the human rights they've had up until your recent attempt to pass this disastrous legislation. I would ask that you not pass SB 8.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, questions of this witness? Seeing none. Cindy Castilla. Thank you both for being here. Cindy Castilla. Okay, we're going to show Cindy Castilla was here on behalf of Texas Eagle Forum and self for the bill, not testifying. Okay. Chair calls Kim Batchelor, Jack Finger, CJ Gresham. Jack Finger, you're Jack Finger. CJ Gresham.
Yes, sir.
Where? Who's CJ? So we have Kim Batchelor and Jack Finger, and there's CJ Gresham. Okay. All right, record shows you're Kim Batchelor. You're testifying on behalf of yourself, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please proceed.
Okay. Many decades ago, when I was a child, I remember mention on the news about someone named Christine Jorgensen who'd had a sex change operation. No one spent much time talking about it. No women disappeared. No women's spaces were affected. All bathrooms I go into then and now have stalls, so I never see anything. We have trans women as well as families who are members of my church who are all loved and valued with no issues. But a mega church a few miles away had an incident where a young girl was sexually assaulted in the bathroom by an XY chromosome male. Is there a plan for a bill to ban mega churches where no one knows who's a stranger? Last fall, I talked with a young man who was a Pentecostal just before the Bluebonnet curriculum discussion. I asked him a question: which of the teachings of Jesus most speak to you? He couldn't name one, but he did mention puberty blockers. And when asked if he saw trans people as made in the image of God, he said, yes, but so are murderers. He has never learned of Jesus' teachings or that it is a sin to bear false witness. The Apostle Paul in Galatians 3:28 said, in Christ there is no male and female. What is happening with these bills is emblematic of the troubling corruption of Christianity. Our president openly stated he watched teenage girls undress in the dressing room of his pageants. I have a clear memory from decades ago of walking into a bathroom at Leonard Brothers department store in Fort Worth, Texas, and seeing African-American women for the first time. I remember the messages I heard about why they were threatening to me as a little white girl, but it wasn't long before sharing a bathroom with my African-American neighbors. It was just normal life. 1 John 20 says, those who say I love God and hate their brothers and sisters are liars. For those who do not love a brother or sister whom they have seen cannot love God whom they have not seen.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are questions of this witness? Seeing none. Jack Finger, we show you as Jack Finger. You're testifying on behalf of San Antonio Family Association and yourself, and you're for the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, other members of the committee, I'm Jack Finger from San Antonio, representing San Antonio Family Association. Our mission is to defend the family against various obstacles, perversions, enemies that the culture, society, and government tend to inflict. You know, we are for this bill. I am for this bill. And you know something? You should be for this bill. I know I'm just an old fogey, and I wasn't made for these times, but how on earth did we get to the point where men are allowed to go into women's restrooms and locker rooms and shower with them, and it's just, and nobody can do anything about it? I, for one, am tired of that. I won't put up with it. I've seen it at least a couple of times in San Antonio, and I was tempted to help that gentleman save money on his transgendered operation by physically helping him get there.
Sir, no, we will not make threats in this committee.
No, you need not worry. Nothing happened.
But you can't make comments like that.
Let's just say that the Republican Party gets complaints saying that you shouldn't be making extra laws about these things and so forth. I say, what happened to common sense? Why? We need laws to instill decency back into our society. That's why we need this thing. I'm sorry, you misunderstood my comments, sir.
Just
but,
trying to keep the temperature in check.
yeah, okay. Well, anyway, but just as an average citizen, how did we get to this point? The only Achilles heel I see is your enforcement. How do you prove a man is a man?
Thank you for your
is citizen?
testimony, Mr. Finger. Appreciate that. Members, are questions of Mr. Finger? Seeing none. Next, Chair we have, record shows C.J. Gresham.
Yes, sir.
You are testifying on behalf of yourself, and you're for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes,
Please
sir.
proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is CJ Grisham, testifying on behalf of myself in favor of SB 8. You know, a couple weeks ago, we had in Bell County, we had what's called Comic-Con. So it's a giant convention where people come and you can buy, you know, cultural type things and dress up in costumes and things like that. I attend these every year. It's the first weekend of August of every year. This year, I dressed up as the Texalorian. The Texalorian is the most powerful Texas Jedi on the planet. You will give me 5 more minutes. So you see, what happened was I just identified as a Jedi, but it didn't change the fact that I'm not a Jedi. Just because a man thinks he's a woman, he's not a woman. There's no such thing as trans. There's no such thing as cis. There are mentally ill men who think they're women, and there are mentally ill women who think they're men. Now, we're talking about a group of people who can't even be quiet while people are testifying. Can we trust them in a bathroom? They don't have any restraint whatsoever. They don't know how to comport themselves in public, much less private. They think they're something they're not. And the fact of the matter is, this bill brings reality back into play, not this fantasy land, where we're expected to live in this bubble of utopian fantasy, I can't think of a better word, that I'm supposed to accept that a man can become a woman. A frog doesn't become a cat doesn't become a dog, a man doesn't become a woman. That's not hate, it's reality, it's truth. Now, they should be, I think they have every right in the world to dress up however they want to. Don't force me to accept it, don't force other people to accept it, and definitely don't expect women to allow men into their spaces just because they put on a ton of makeup to be less ugly. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Members, are questions of this witness? Seeing none, thank you all for being here.
Thanks for your opinion. I'll file it appropriately.
You don't touch me.
Oh, shut the fuck up. I didn't.
Oh, fuck you.
No. Okay.
Hey, can you help with my transgender surgeries? Can you give me some money so I can go get some more surgery?
Yeah, pull it back up. Mm. The chair advises our guests that the rules of the House are strictly prohibit demonstrations or outbursts from visitors in the audience. All right. Chair calls Ada Starks, Babe Valentine, and Cindy Castilla. Okay. Go back. Go back. Okay. Okay. Members and guests, there's 32 minutes left to hear this bill. We're going to get as much testimony in as we possibly can. The testimony on this bill will end at 10:05, so if you have public comment, please remember the portal is open until Monday at 5. Okay. All right. Ada Starks, you're Ada. Ada Starks, we show you as Ada Starks. You're testifying on behalf of yourself, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Hello, my name is Ada Starks, and I'm opposed to SB 8. 2 weeks ago, I was in the Texas Senate to give my first ever testimony. I took the day off from work, heard awful things said about people like me, including one sad, sick man who talked about using us as suicide bombers. By the time it was my turn to speak and pour my heart out against this bill, I was shaking with nerves, but I'm proud to have done my civic duty. 1 week ago, I was in New York when I learned that the next special session was starting the next day. I canceled my trip to fly back that evening, suffered 6 hours of flight delays, hit the hay at 5 a.m., woke up an hour later at 6 a.m., and took more time off from work, all to spend 2 more minutes giving my second Senate testimony. Here I am yet again at the Capitol, taking yet more time off from work to give the Texas House my third testimony, and y'all, I'm tired. This isn't how I want to spend my PTO. Okay? But I don't get a break because my daily life is apparently up for debate. I hope I speak for everyone when I say that all people should feel safe. That includes members of the public, members of this committee, and everyone testifying here today, whether for or against. It also includes me. Transgender people are also people. We also seek and deserve dignity, safety, and grace. Imagine learning about women by talking mostly with men, or learning about Republicans by talking mostly with Democrats. You might not get the most accurate picture. Whether audience or committee, if you support this bill and don't feel yourself to be motivated by malice or apathy, I am here as a real-life trans woman that you can talk to. I promise to do my best to understand where you're coming from. All I ask is that you try to return the favor. As shown by other testimony, this bill sacrifices the actual safety of many people who both are and are not trans to bolster the perceived safety of some women, but it doesn't have to be that way. There are alternatives that could help everyone not only feel safe, but also actually be safe. Please, set aside fear, aversion, and apathy. Choose instead the hard yet rewarding work of compassion, understanding, and grace. Thank you for your time.
Any questions? All right, thank you. Babe Valentine, we have you registered on behalf of yourself against SB 8. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, you may proceed.
Okay. Good morning, guys. My name is Babe Valentine, and I'm here in opposition of SB 8. I'm a native Texan, born and raised in the Hill Country, and that's a fact I'm very proud of. I grew up in Bastrop, which is right down the road, and growing up, I was a very active member in my community. Whether it was going to teen night at the local library with my siblings or volunteering with my church or the PALS program through my school. After graduating high school, I enrolled at Texas State University, a public university, where I studied theater, and I joined any and every club I could, which led to many late nights on campus where I used the bathroom. I made lots of memories there too. It was super awesome. After college, I worked for Gary Job Corps, where I ran the Women's Center on campus. I hosted many activities and classes for the girls on campus, including a support group for trans students. It didn't matter if you were a former addict, a single mother, or a young trans girl. We all shared a safe space and a bathroom. In all my life, everywhere I've been, I've met many amazing people, many of whom were trans. Passing SB 8 would mean pushing Texans like myself out of the spaces that we love. Please don't take my Texas away from me. Thank you so much for your time.
Any questions? All right, thank you. Cindy Castilla, on behalf of Texas Eagle Forum and Self for SB 8.
Yes, we
You may
support the
proceed.
bill. Okay, thank you. I have given you all a resource that comes from some surveys showing that American voters agree that biological sex is not the same as men call, okay, legally equal, but biological sex were not the same. On the gender question equaling biological sex, 73% agree that men should be in women's sports under any circumstance, including being trans. 83%. Women should not have men in their prison, 91%. Locker rooms should be private and sex segregated biologically, 89%, and bathrooms K to 12 should be biological sex segregated, 87%. These are real voters. As a female, I can speak for females. I'm sorry, I don't think people who want to be females can speak adequately for us. At other hearings, we've heard this idea about the single-sex bathrooms. You go in by yourself, and so anybody can use them. We see those a lot at restaurants. A lot of them don't include paper towels. They have the air that blows. As a female, I go in that bathroom. I have to watch where I step near the toilet because I don't want to step in a man's urine. I have to put down the toilet seat on a lot of occasions. I don't want to flush the toilet with my hand. There are no paper towels, so now I'm getting out toilet paper again. You go to wash your hands, and you're turning on and off the spigot in most cases. And the person before you, if it was a man or the people before you, women don't come in contact with their body when they use the restroom, and men do. I don't want to touch the same things. It's germs that are packed away into clothes. I don't want to do that. I'm a real female, and I want privacy in locker rooms. I want privacy in dressing rooms. If I go to prison, I want
Thank you,
privacy,
ma'am.
and
Thank
I
you.
want
Any
my bathrooms
questions?
to be girl bathrooms. Thank you.
Ms. T.
Good morning. Was this data that you provided us, was that by Weak Insights?
It's the Independent Women's Study Group. I've been in some coalitions with them.
And what sampling of persons, how many people did they sample to get
You
this
know what?
data?
I can find that out for you, and I can
where-
get that to your office.
And where did they sample them from?
I'm sorry?
And who did they sample?
Okay, who were they surveying?
Yes.
And how many?
Yeah. 'cause
Okay,
I was
we'll get
never-
that to your
Nobody
office.
ever contacted me.
Okay. I'll get that to you. Thank you.
Okay then. And when was it done?
It was available to me during regular session fairly early on, so I
But when was
believe
it
they
done?
published it this year.
The survey was done this year?
I believe so, and I can find that
Okay.
as well.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you all.
Thank you.
Emmett Schelling. Raquel Willis. Andrew Hendrickson. Raquel Willis.
Yes.
Okay, we have you registered twice. Do we have your permission to remove one of those registrations?
Yes, please.
And then a separate registration as self and gender liberation movement. Which one would you like to keep?
Let's do gender liberation movement. That
Okay.
works.
And you are registered against SB 8?
Yes.
So we have Raquel Willis, registered on behalf of Gender Liberation Movement and self against SB 8. You may proceed.
Good morning, committee members. My name is Raquel Willis. I am here as co-founder of Gender Liberation Movement and alongside the Transgender Education Network of Texas.
I oppose Senate Bill 8 because it threatens the safety, dignity, and rights of my community. As a proud Southern Black trans woman, I know the South as a place where we defend and protect our neighbors, especially those who may have it harder than us. My loving, affirming family instilled in me the power of conviction and discernment. So when hate and ignorance rear their ugly heads, I see it very clearly. For nearly a decade, bills like this one have painted trans people as threats. But the truth is, we are the ones consistently under attack and disproportionately impacted by violence in shelters, in prisons, and beyond. This bathroom bigotry does not protect women and girls. It erases intersex folks and discriminates against women and girls. And yes, trans women and girls are women and girls, period. Whenever I hear hateful rhetoric, I think of my mother's story of not being served in a restaurant because of her Blackness. I imagine the white woman who denied her service would have blocked her from the restroom at that time too. Segregationist thinking is alive and well, y'all. Segregation didn't die. It just in some ways changed targets. Texans aren't consumed with banning trans people from restrooms. They care about jobs, access to health care, and lowering the cost of living. I want to be clear that I also oppose HB 7, another bill targeting what citizens do with their bodies and how
I'm sorry,
they
you
take
can
control
stay
of their health.
On this bill only, please.
Once again, folks are trying to police people's bodies instead of serving our needs. Ultimately, all of this is about the society we all deserve, one where we honor each other's inherent dignity. Trans people are sacred, brilliant, and resilient. Vote no on SB 8 and defend every Texan. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. Emmett Schelling, we have you registered on behalf of Transgender Education Network of Texas and South against SB 8. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And we have a duplicate registration. Is it identical? They're identical, but do we have your permission to remove one?
Yeah.
Thank you. You
I
may proceed.
apologize. Good morning. My name is Emmett Schelling, and I'm a Houstonian, a dad, a husband, and the executive director of the Transgender Education Network of Texas, or TENT. We're the largest transgender policy organization in the state and one of the largest in the nation, much because of the antics that we see go on here. I am here against SB 8. The first time I came to the Capitol to fight back, the first bathroom bill was in 2017, and I've worked tirelessly to ensure every version of this bill gets defeated because it's nonsense. Here I am, joined by trans Texans from across the state to echo what we've been saying for nearly a decade. Bathroom bills are discriminatory, baseless, and foolish. We will repeat ourselves until people hear the message that we are saying, because there is no other alternative for us. Our organization has spent the last 15 years working with trans and gender expansive Texans and their loved ones. In a state like Texas, this means witnessing a lot of pain, a lot of suicides, unfortunately some murders, so much heartache and bigotry precisely because of what bills like SB 8 bring on. I am here today against SB 8 because I am trans. I refuse to be in a women's restroom where I clearly don't belong. I refuse to comply with a system that disproportionately puts trans people, particularly trans women, in danger. I refuse to allow a bill like this to pass while my community is being targeted for political theater and personal gain of extremists pushing this agenda. Trans people are here. This is our home, and we won't back down.
Any questions? Ms.
I'd like
T?
to ask a question. What is the percentage of suicidal rate among transgender individuals? I heard you mention suicide.
Yeah, trans people are 7 times more likely to attempt suicide and in 50% of those cases succeed.
And are you attributing that to the treatment they receive from society?
I mean, I think if you have any individual that's being targeted for mistreatment. I mean, even here this morning, we've heard some of the things that people have said in the name of the Lord that I know my mom would probably not agree on the theology.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Andrew Hendrickson?
Yes.
We have you registered on behalf of ACLU of Texas against SB 8.
That's correct.
You may proceed.
Thank you. I want to start with one practical point here. I'm a father of a 4 and 5-year-old girl, so I am very familiar with taking young children to the bathroom that is not aligned with their sex. I am horrified by the idea in this bill that we are cutting my age off at 10. If I was driving late at night and had to pull over to one of the 76 state-owned rest stops that exist throughout our state and take a, say, 3-year-old daughter who had gotten sick to the bathroom to clean her up because she had gotten car sick, am I supposed to leave the 10-year-old unattended in the middle of the night at a rest stop? I don't know how that works. But in terms of other practical problems and some more legal concerns, one, the private cause of action portion of this bill is deeply problematic, not only because it doesn't have the same provisions that are in the AG enforcement section, but that allow for a cure period, but also because it has this ridiculous fee switching provision that allows the plaintiff to collect attorney's fees, but does not create that same ability for the defendant to collect attorney's fees if they prevail and the case is ruled frivolous. That is not how fee switching works. Fee switching is supposed to be in existence to disincentivize frivolous lawsuits by ensuring that if you file one and you lose it, you're going to have to pay the other side's attorney's fees. This flips that on its head. Secondly, the bill obviously encourages state and local government officials to engage in illegal and unlawful discrimination on the basis of sex. For that reason, the Fourth Circuit recently overturned South Carolina's very similar legislation. And in doing so, I would like to note that they distinguished the case from the recent ruling by the Supreme Court in Scarametti and said it's much more like Bostock because this turns on the question of sex. This law turns on the question of sex exclusively. And then lastly, I would just note that the way that the sovereign immunity provisions are written, the amount of prevention of attempts to prevent people from challenging the constitutionality, the lady doth protest too much. The bill doesn't, if your bill is constitutionally sound, you don't have to add 5 to 6 pages trying to prevent people from suing over the fact that it's unconstitutional. That doesn't make any sense unless you know the bill is unconstitutional.
Yeah,
Any
no.
questions?
It does seem like that they are closing the doors of the court, in a sense. What I'm concerned about this bill, and I've been listening to both sides of this issue, who's going to be the customer of the door of the bathroom? Who's going to make a determination? I mean, do we do a physical examination?
That is the part that it's completely unclear from the bill how anyone is supposed to do this. And I think one of the really scary parts about that is it's going to lead to a lot of over-enforcement. I mean, if government agencies are going to be worried that they don't know if they're going to be sued over it, and there's really no way for them to tell, you're going to see a lot of discrimination not only against trans people, but also against people who don't look like the classic image of a man or a woman, who have a different hairstyle. All of those things are going to be policed heavily because people are going to be worried about getting sued, and if they get sued, there's not going to be any protection for them, even if the lawsuit turns out to be frivolous, to stop them from having to pay massive attorney's fees as part of that, thing. And then I guess the other portion there is I not to comment on too much, but I don't know how so many people seem to know that men were in the women's restroom unless they committed a serious crime by peeking over the stall door.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions? All right, thank you all. Stacy Suits, Michael Wilmore Crumrine, and Teresa Thomas. Teresa Thomas. We'll start with Stacy Suits. We have you registered on behalf of Travis County Constable Precinct 3 and yourself against SB 8. Is that
Is
correct?
correct, and I appreciate the time y'all were taking with this and the opportunity to address this body. I come both to you as a peace officer and a parent. I've been constable of Travis County Precinct 3 for the last 9 years. We're responsible for courtroom security. We also have a tax office in our building, and my office with our payment windows right across from the bathrooms on the first floor. In those 9 years, we have not had an incident like has been described as what's been happening in the Capitol. We're not interested in being the potty police.
Wait a minute, let me ask, did you say you work in Travis County?
Yes, ma'am.
And you say you're right across from the bathroom?
Yes,
And you have not encountered any incident?
not in the last 9 years.
And Travis County is in Texas?
Yes, in Oak Hill.
United States of America?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long have you been watching that bathroom from your office?
We haven't intentionally, but I mean, if someone, if someone had a complaint or there was any controversy, we're immediately available across the hall from the bathrooms, and it's not had any complaints in the 9 years.
Have you been able to determine a trans person going into the restroom?
I really don't want to go there because we don't want to be the potty police. We have enough trouble right now distinguishing in law enforcement between hemp and marijuana.
Yeah. Well, the reason why I want to ask you that question is I've been listening intently this morning to the testimony of all these wonderful people who've been coming up and testifying either for the bill or against the bill. And I've been trying to pick up what are the characteristics of a trans person so that I can be able to identify one. I've been trying to hear how are they able to pick them out? And I have not picked that up.
We'll
And
allow
I'm missing
Constable
something.
Suits to continue his testimony.
Yeah, I have the same problem.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
And then
Thank you, Madam Chair.
on the other level, as a parent, when these bills started coming up in 2018, during the pandemic, my child, who identified as they, moved to Portland, Oregon. In the last year, they are now transitioning and identify as a he. So I worry about their safety and the effects of this.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. Michael Wilmore Crumrine?
It's Crumrine,
Crumrine.
Vice Chair. Thank you.
And we have a duplicate registration for you. Do we have your permission to remove one?
Please.
We have you registered on behalf of Lesbian and Gay Peace Officers Association and Self Against SB 8. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You may proceed.
Good morning. My name is Sergeant Michael Wilmore Crumrine, and I'm the president of the Lesbian and Gay Peace Officers Association, and I'm here to encourage to vote against SB 8. I've had the privilege of being a law enforcement officer and protecting the citizens of Texas for well over 38 years. There are over 200 law enforcement officers in the state of Texas that are transgender, not to mention hundreds of EMS and fire department personnel and other emergency management personnel who are also transgender. This bill causes these officers and the public safety personnel to be in danger at their work and in their public spaces, since this bill covers facilities at public facilities, including state, county, and municipal buildings. People are incredibly vulnerable while going to the bathroom, and there has already been over 45 instances across the United States where trans police officers have been confronted while trying to use the facilities. They've had to defend themselves either verbally and in some cases physically because of similar laws to SB 8. Passage of SB 8 would only increase these instances of violence and make officers less safe, even within their own agencies. As a body that has consistently fought to protect and support law enforcement and public safety personnel, this bill directly negates your previous positions of protecting and supporting all law enforcement and public safety personnel. I strongly encourage this body to vote no on SB 8 and remain consistent with their previous held positions of supporting and protecting law enforcement and other public safety personnel who every day are willing to put their lives on the line for the citizens and the visitors of this great state of Texas.
Madam
Any questions?
Chairperson, I'd like to
Ms.
ask a
Dean?
question. Did I hear you say that you had transgender officers?
We absolutely do, ma'am.
What'd you say? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. Teresa Thomas, we have you registered on behalf of the Texas State Director for Moms in America and Self for SB 8. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You may proceed.
Thank you. I'm not coming forward with a prepared statement. I would like, oh, I'm sorry. Is this better? That's better. Okay. What I want to say, and not going off a prepared statement, first and foremost, it's very difficult to come here because if you do try to stand up for your family or the values that you hold dear, you're attacked in the halls out there, you're verbally accosted. So this is difficult for us to come and say, we need our private spaces as a women. So I'll just go forward. I went to grad school at Texas Tech, and I went back as a returning adult, and this was the first time I encountered not transgender. We're not here to talk about transgender. We're here to talk about men. I was in a shower when a man came into our girls' dorm and had sexual play with the RA. I had to stay in a shower for 40 minutes till they got done. This was repeated and repeated over the time I was there at Texas Tech doing my graduate work. When my children would come to visit me, 2 doors down, I had to take them because I didn't know when a heterosexual male was coming in, and they were not safe. Getting past that, I work heavily with trafficked children. That is one of my main missions. Do you know how many times? One time is too much. Because you're talking about how can you spot a transgender. I want to ask you, how can you spot a trafficked child and a trafficked woman? We can in those bathrooms. But their handlers are all of a sudden female at that moment to protect them, to protect their property. How do we help these women that are in the bathroom that they can't even go to?
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions? All right, thank you all.
Thank you.
That will conclude all the time we have for public testimony.
Mr. Chairman,
yes, ma'am.
would you recognize me to extend the testimony time on this issue, please?
No, ma'am. It was on our posting for 2 hours.
It seems like there's a lot of people who want to testify.
They can still make.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If there's additional demonstration or outbursts from the audience, the chair will order the Sergeant Barnes to clear the House to clear the audience under House constitutional authority to prevent obstruction of this proceeding. And no, ma'am, it was on the posting. Public comment portal is open till 5 on Monday. All right. All right. Chair recognizes Representative Orr to close. And you have 4 minutes
Thank
to
you.
close and questions.
I just want to say thank you to everyone that came to testify today and took their time to be here. But I'd also like to say there's a lot of people that weren't able to be here, and I'd like for you to keep them in mind. Our
Correct.
daughters, our grandmothers, other women. This bill is about a policy to recognize that those spaces should be private for women and private for men and be separated. And that's what this bill is about, adopting a policy that recognizes that. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Members, Mr. Anchia has a question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
And you have always treated me with a great deal of respect, and I'm going to offer questions in that same vein, but just to understand the bill a little bit better. And I want to hone in on parts of the bill that were, that members of the public testified on that I've had a chance to now review. Specifically, that related to access of the courts. So if I could draw your attention to section 3002.106 through 109 of the bill. And I will preface my question just simply by noting that I'm an attorney, and one of the things you learn as a first-year law student is the holding of Marbury versus Madison says that the judiciary gets to opine on the constitutionality of any particular piece of legislation. The legislature doesn't get to say sua sponte that it is constitutional. Legislature passes bills, the courts get to opine on their constitutionality. Concept is judicial review. And what I want to hone in on is what appears to be concerns related to the separation of powers in both the Texas and U.S. constitutions. Because it appears in this bill that the legislature is trying to write itself a shield from this judicial review. And so in section 3002.106 through 9, it explicitly says that the state and officials have sovereign governmental and official immunity against any lawsuit that challenges the law's constitutionality or tries to stop it from being enforced. And if you don't know the answer, it's okay to just say, I don't know. But what was the motivation behind including that?
I cannot speak to that.
Okay. And courts in this bill are also stripped of jurisdiction to grant injunctive or declaratory relief. In other words, injunctive means to stop a bill, and if you know this, I'm not trying to be pedantic. I'm just trying to say this because this is my understanding. If you stop injunctive relief or prevent a court from engaging in injunctive relief, they are unable to stop a bill. And declaratory relief is when you ask a court to say that a piece of legislation is unconstitutional. That is stripped in this bill. Again, your thoughts on why it's okay to say you don't know.
I do not know.
Okay.
Mr. Anchia, we have hit our stop time. We have to stop.
Okay.
Because of the posting.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairwoman.
I would be happy to discuss this with you outside of this committee if you'd like.
Thank you.
And you close?
I close. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Representative Orr. If there's no objection, SB 8 is going to be left pending. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill, or Senate Bill 8, rather, is left pending. I told them to be here at 10. I don't see you. Come on. Yeah. I would be okay. say that too, since we're switching. Okay. All right, before we get started, members and to our guests, as a reminder, anyone wishing to testify before the committee, please register at the kiosks located in the hallways behind the hearing rooms. If you require assistance in registering to testify, please contact committee staff. As stated on the hearing notice, there will be a time limit of 2 minutes per witness during public testimony. The committee will close registration on, never mind, we already closed registration for today. It was closed at 10 a.m. For those that did not get registered and wish to make public comment, the portal will be open until 5 p.m. on Monday, where you can submit written testimony on this bill. You can find the link on today's committee posting. In addition, testimony is limited to 2 hours on this bill for the committee to ensure consideration on all the items today. The chair will alternate registered witnesses for and against the bill. Also, as the room is changing out, as a reminder to our committee and our visitors and witnesses today, under House Rule 4, Section 13, House committees are subject to the same rules of decorum that govern the House proceedings. Under those rules, the chair is responsible for preserving decorum during the committee meetings, and the chair may ask the Sergeant at Arms to assist in preserving order and decorum. Outbursts or vocal displays of support or opposition from visitors in the audience are prohibited, and the chair may order the Sergeant at Arms to clear the audience if this is a disturbance that disrupts the committee's meeting. Signs, placards, or other objects of similar nature are prohibited. Food and drink are prohibited in the hearing room. Members of the committee and witnesses must confine their remarks to the matter being considered by the committee. The time, it is 10:10 now. This bill testimony and closing of the bill will conclude at 12:10. Chair recognizes Chairman Leach to explain his bill. Oh, wait, sorry. Chair lays out House Bill 7 and recognizes Chairman Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Appreciate you allowing me the opportunity to lay out for you House Bill 7, the Texas Woman and Child Protection Act. Members, this is the second time I've been in front of this committee on this bill. This bill is different in many respects from the bill that I laid out that you considered and ultimately voted on during the regular session, and I'm happy to walk through some of those changes for you today. Mr. Chairman, I want to keep my layout relatively brief and make myself available for questions, and then I know our time for testimony is limited today, and so I want to allow as much time as possible for that testimony. Members, this bill in front of you now, House Bill 7, the Texas Woman and Child Protection Act, I believe and can say with confidence represents the nation's strongest bill standing for the continued protection of life. Texas has been on the forefront in recent years to protect innocent life in the womb, including the protection of mothers across the state. And this bill builds on those efforts, while most of the efforts of the legislature over the past many sessions have been focused on the, for lack of a better word, traditional abortion industry, the brick and mortar abortion providers. The abortion industry has shifted its tactics in recent years to shift away from brick and mortar to focus on abortion pills. Abortion pills right now, which cause the termination of the unborn life and that puts the mother's health at risk, are prevalent in Texas. Our data shows that anywhere from 20,000 to 30,000 abortion pills find their way into Texas every year. And I would note importantly, members, that that activity is currently illegal under Texas law. We are not changing the fundamental abortion laws of the state that we have passed in recent sessions and that the United States Supreme Court has upheld and affirmed. What we are doing is cracking down on, being vigilant on, and giving tools necessary to enforce our existing abortion laws. This bill provides innovative and creative, unique, and I believe very powerful, the nation's strongest tools to protect Texans unborn from abortion pills and at the same time, importantly, to protect their moms. Members, I do want to make one thing very clear. I made this clear this past session when we laid out the bill in the regular session, and I will state it again to you that speaking for me, and I believe the vast majority of my colleagues, my pro-life colleagues in the legislature, this bill in front of you today does not target women. In fact, it goes above and beyond in protecting women. I will not have anything to do with a bill that targets women with liability, either criminal or civil. And this bill not only protects against any action against a Texas woman, but it, like I said, goes above and beyond in doing so. I'm very proud of that and will remain committed to that until this bill reaches the governor's desk, hopefully here in the next several days in this special session. And so the bill does allow for a QI-TAM lawsuit to be brought on behalf of the state against those who are out of state and are mailing and distributing and providing illegal abortion pills into our state. It does so, like I said, in a creative and innovative way. We've worked around the clock over the past many weeks and certainly the past several days with experts in this field, with pro-life stakeholders, with attorneys, with physicians, and with many of you to fine-tune and craft this legislation. The bill has been passed twice out of the Texas Senate. This committee approved it during the regular session in a different form, but now this bill in front of you now, I hope to continue to work over the next couple days. We're going to stay here over the weekend working to perfect and strengthen the provisions of this bill and hopefully get it, Mr. Chairman, in a form that this committee can not only confidently but eagerly support and send to the full House for consideration in the next few days. So you're going to hear some testimony from some of the stakeholders today who are going to express, I believe, well-founded and legitimate concerns about some of the provisions of the bill. We've reached agreement on many of these. In fact, and I'll say this in closing, Mr. Chairman, we had a committee sub that last night that we got pretty late, and initially I was going to plan to bring that committee sub in front of the committee to address many of these concerns, but it was not in a form that I was comfortable and confident in. And so I'm laying out to you the initial bill now, while over the next several hours today and into the weekend, we're going to work on that committee sub to address some of those concerns and hopefully have it to you tomorrow, maybe Sunday or Monday at the latest. So I'm really proud of this bill. It is, like I said, the nation's strongest bill to crack down on the illegal abortion pill market. And I would ask for your favorable consideration on this bill, on House Bill 7, Mr. Chairman. And with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, members' questions, Mr. Leach, Mr. Anchia.
Thank you, Chairman Leach. If I, as a private citizen, not in my capacity as a legislator, ordered drugs and received the drugs here in the state of Texas, could I then turn around and sue the manufacturer even though I would never use them for an abortion?
Are you the, not if you're the woman, no.
So if I ordered them, they were delivered into the state, I never intended them to be used for an abortion.
Is this you or
This is me.
Okay.
This is me.
Okay.
Me as, not in my capacity as a legislator.
Got it.
Just a private citizen. I order them. May I then sue the manufacturer?
No.
Okay.
There's a provision in the bill that specifically excludes state employees, legislators, state officials from being allowed to bring up a related issue.
But I'm not talking about me in my capacity as a legislator.
That's what you just said, as a legislator. Those were
No.
your words.
Sorry, you may have misheard me. I said in my private capacity, not in my capacity as a legislator, in my capacity as a citizen of Texas. If I ordered these drugs, they were delivered to the state. I had no intention to use them on an abortion, for an abortion. Could I then turn around and sue the manufacturer?
Yes.
Okay. Is it true that anyone can go online, order medication, get it delivered, and then turn around and sue the manufacturer?
No.
Okay. Outside of the accepted classes that I think you articulated some of right now, outside of persons who may be legislators or otherwise exempted from the legislation, is it true that any other Texan can go online, order the abortion medication, get it delivered, and then sue the manufacturer?
Those exceptions to the applicability of the statute are outlined in the bill. There are several provisions in the bill that discuss and outline in very clear detail who is and who is not able to bring a suit, or who's not covered by the bill. So, for instance, physicians and hospitals operating in the state of Texas are exempted from the bill. Women are exempted from the bill. The goal here, Chairman Anchia, is to target out-of-state operators who are either manufacturing, providing, mailing, distributing abortion pills in violation of existing Texas law.
So let's assume for a minute that my neighbor, I'll call him Bill, is a man, orders the medication, has it delivered into Texas, is not otherwise covered under any of the exceptions you mentioned. Can that person, can Bill then turn around and sue the manufacturer they ordered it from?
Does Bill intend to provide that to a woman to effectuate an illegal Texas abortion?
No.
So that would be a fact question for the court in that situation, Representative Anchia. If in fact Bill did intend to violate Texas law and to provide that those illegal abortion pills to a woman, then yes, he could be targeted.
Okay, but let's assume Bill did not. Bill simply ordered it for the purpose of then suing the manufacturer. Is that permitted under your bill?
Is Bill able to bring a suit against the manufacturer?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
That's the whole point of the bill.
Representative Turner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chairman Leach, so under the bill, before a lawsuit can be filed against someone who provides an abortion-inducing drug, does the bill require a woman to have taken the drug?
No.
If a pregnant woman who is a Texas resident travels to another state and consumes an abortion-inducing drug in the other state, does this bill allow the pregnant woman or the provider in the other state to be sued in Texas?
Were the pills, that's a fact question, were the pills mailed and distributed into the state of Texas?
Well, my question was, if she travels to another state and consumes the abortion-inducing drug.
Where did she receive the pills?
So I take it the bill doesn't address the scenario I'm raising.
If a manufacturer or distributor is sending the pills into the state of Texas, and then the woman is taking those pills that she receives here into another state to take, yes, by way of the mailing and distributing of the abortion pills, illegal abortion pills into the state of Texas, there would be an action against that manufacturer and or distributor.
Okay, thank you. Are you aware of any other state that has a law like this that allows a private person who hasn't been injured to enforce a state law without state supervision?
Texas has one, the Texas Heartbeat Act.
Understood. Is there another state?
Not that I'm not, certainly not a bill that is this strong and innovative. No, I'm not. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but I think Texas stands alone, I'm very proudly so, in leading the charge on this effort.
I'm not aware of one either. I just wanted to check, make sure that was your understanding as well.
I hope other states will follow after Texas does this.
So the bill as filed has the phrase, notwithstanding any other law, more than 15 times.
Mm-hmm.
So how do we as members of the legislature, how are we expected to vote on a bill when we don't know which laws we're negating?
Your concern is well taken and understood, and again, I know there's not a committee sub, Chairman Turner, in front of you now, but we are addressing that in what will ultimately be in front of you in the form of a committee sub. I understand your concern and am working to address that.
Okay, that's good to know. If that phrase is in the committee sub, would you be able to provide us a list of which laws we're negating?
Yes.
In the committee sub?
Yes.
Okay,
Be happy
thank you. Does the bill as filed prevent a person threatened by a lawsuit from challenging its constitutionality before the person is sued?
No. A pre-enforcement challenge?
Yeah.
It's a good question, and as the bill author, my commitment is to protect against what I would, for lack of a better term, consider to be frivolous pre-enforcement challenges. There have been pro-life under the current Texas heartbeat law. There have been individuals, some whom are in this room right now, who have been wrapped up in litigation for a long time, and really, in one case I'm thinking of, it's through no fault of either the plaintiff or the defendant. In that situation, it's the court's delay in acting on the case, but that's a separate issue. But the defendants have been targeted and forced to expend thousands, hundreds of thousands in attorney's fees and years of litigation when they had no intent to bring a lawsuit in a pre-enforcement challenge. So while I understand the necessity for legitimate pre-enforcement challenges, I also want to protect Texans against, again, for lack of a better word, Chairman, frivolous pre-enforcement challenges, and we're working on some language that will do that.
Okay, so that's something you're working to address in the
Yes.
forthcoming substitute?
Yes.
Okay. And then last question is, the bill allows a winning claimant to receive attorney's fees and court costs, but prohibits a winning defendant from receiving their attorney's fees and court costs. Is that correct?
Correct.
How is that fair?
Well, we have fee shifting provisions all throughout Texas law, and we can debate and argue when when attorney fee shifting provisions are fair or not. I believe in this instance, as the bill author, the hope of this bill, I think it's expressed in the very terms of the bill, but I'll express it here now, is for manufacturers and distributors, wherever they may find themselves in this country, who are knowingly, perhaps even unknowingly, for sending abortion pills into the state of Texas in violation of existing Texas law. They are breaking and violating existing laws, which all of us should care about, whether you agree with the bill or not. It is my hope that the passage of this bill will put them on notice and that they'll stop doing so.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Thompson?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to ask a question. A person can actually go out and get the pills themselves and come back if they wanted to, right? And it's not a violation?
Dean Thompson, it's my hearing, not your speaking, that is preventing me from understanding your question. I have bad hearing. Can you restate the question?
Yes. If a person went out of state and acquired the pills themselves and came back and utilized them, then that's not a violation of your bill, right?
It would, again, be a factually sensitive question, Dean Thompson. It would depend where the manufacturer, the distributor, was actually mailing the pills, where they were
No, they
ordered,
actually
where
went
they were mailing.
themselves and got them.
Say it again?
They left the state, went and got them themselves and came back and used them.
No, that would not be, I do not believe that this statute would cover. If a Texas woman went to New Mexico, or California, or New York, and in that state ordered abortion pills that were then sent into California, New York, or New Mexico, and then came back to Texas, that woman would not be targeted by this bill. No. Unequivocally, no. No woman will be targeted by this bill.
In other words, that'd be a way around the bill. Thank you.
Well said.
Any other questions? Just ask a question. Do you have any information regarding how this bill will affect the availability of these medications for other medical purposes other than
So,
abortions?
Vice Chair Hernandez, thank you for asking that question, and I neglected to mention this in my comments. And Representative Howard and I have talked extensively about this. I know I have with other legislators as well. It is very important to me, not only important, but it is crucial, absolutely necessary for us to protect instances where for medical emergencies, a woman is still able to get the necessary medication prescribed either by a doctor or a hospital. And this legislature, this past session with the passage of Senate Bill 31, which Representative Howard, I think many of you, I don't know if all of you, but I think all of you supported Senate Bill 31, the Life of the Mother Act. Those situations, Vice Chair Hernandez and members, are still protected under this bill. We have tailored and very carefully crafted the language to make sure that a medication that is necessary to aid and the mother under the supervision of a Texas physician or hospital, and/or to save the life of the mother, that those medications are still protected and allowed. And I will not waver from that. And I don't believe any of the pro-life stakeholders who are supporting this bill will either. You have my commitment on that.
And in your layout, is there a distinction between using the term woman or pregnant woman?
What do you mean?
Is it
I want to
applied
make sure I
differently?
understand your question.
Is the law applied differently if it's a woman or a pregnant woman, and how they would be treated under this law?
That's a great question. So just so I think I understand the hypothetical. If a woman, another woman who's not pregnant on behalf of a pregnant woman orders a illegal abortion pill and then delivers it to the pregnant woman, can that woman be a defendant in a lawsuit? Yes. Yes. The mom, the pregnant mom, under the provisions of the bill is protected. So in a situation where a mom in Texas orders illegal abortion pills, the mom in that situation will not be targeted, cannot, under the provisions of the law, be a defendant in a lawsuit. Now, the manufacturer, the distributor can, but the mom herself cannot be. And again, I'm committed to that. I'm not wavering from that. And I've always taken that position, and that position maintains.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you. We will reserve your right to close and move on to testimony.
Members.
Kyle Riley, Denise Seibert, and Jeff Haas. Kyle Riley, we have you registered on behalf of Texas Impact and Self against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed.
Good morning, Chairwoman, members. My name is Reverend Kyle Riley, and I represent Texas Impact, Texas's oldest and largest interfaith organization. I thank you for this opportunity to speak briefly on some of the reasons we oppose HB 7. HB 7's bounty hunter provision encourages neighbors to bear witness against each other for financial gain. It also rewards religious persecution. HB 7's unusual lawsuit processes could create an environment of intimidation for faith communities. Congregations and faith-based ministries that are outspoken opponents of the state's policies could face harassing lawsuits even if they have done nothing illegal. And because HB 7 prohibits defendants from seeking damages they have suffered through meritless lawsuits, attorneys may be reluctant to represent faith communities that find themselves targets of such lawsuits. The carve-out of abortion as an issue area from Texas RFRA effectively guts RFRA. If religious freedom can be taken off the table for one issue, it can be taken off the table for any issue in the future. HB 7's stated purpose is to prevent Texans from ending pregnancies using medication. We're unclear why it would be necessary to undermine the state's longstanding religious freedom protections and upend decades of legislative progress in limiting frivolous lawsuits that hurt Texas businesses and citizens to accomplish this targeted policy objective. Texas Impact's membership comprises religious traditions that account for more than 5 million Texans. They do not embrace uniform beliefs, but they all prize their right to practice their faith free from government oppression. HB 7 clearly is designed to advance one narrow set of religious beliefs. In pursuit of this goal, it tramples the beliefs of millions of Texans. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. Denise Seibert, we have you registered on behalf of yourself for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed.
My name is Denise Seibert. I'm representing myself, and I am for HB 7. Thank you, State Affairs Committee and Representative Leach for this bill and this hearing me today. The abortion pill is not as safe as believed. These women are taking a pill that can cause hemorrhaging, and they will see the remains of their baby. What do they do with the remains? Are they ever told? No. It affects women mentally, emotionally, physically. I know because I had an abortion procedure, and I have serious regrets because just as the pill, I was never warned about the effects and how it would affect my life mentally, emotionally, or physically. When I volunteered at a pregnancy center, I would read to the ladies the list of how the pill can affect them. And I warned them to never take the abortion pill alone and let others know about it just in case they had a bad situation come up, that someone could be there for them. Regrets are hard enough, but seeing the remains of your baby, that would be especially hard in forgiving yourself. Please stop the harm and danger of the abortion pill. Texas has a law prohibiting abortion already in place. Abortion pills are coming in by mail to Texans and is a violation of the existing law. The hemorrhaging that could be happening because an abortion pill can be life-endangering. They can have an incomplete abortion that would allow the tissue remains to be in the uterus after they've taken the pills, and that could put them in danger of having emergency surgery. Are they told this? Infection can be seen with vomiting, diarrhea, and fever for more than 24 hours after they take the second pill. Are they told this? Are they told to get an emergency room? Are they even seen by a doctor and consulted by a doctor? No. Please pass this
Thank you.
bill.
Any questions?
How long ago was it since you had your abortion?
I had my abortion September 25th, 1980.
And you don't think they made an improvement since then?
No, I don't, because I used to be there at a pregnancy center, and I would tell them how the doctor never told me the effects, the development of my baby, how far along I was. They wouldn't tell me the dangers of the procedure, and they wouldn't even let me see, an ultrasound. And the ladies would sit there, and I would see that expression on their face that they were not told either.
So thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any other questions? Thank you. Jeff Haas, we have you registered on behalf of Abolish Abortion Texas and Self, neutral on the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed.
Chairman and members, thank you for your time. My name is J.R. Haas, and I am testifying today on House Bill 7 on behalf of Abolish Abortion Texas as Vice President of AATX. Recent studies show over 30,000 self-induced abortions still take place in Texas each year, with overall numbers of Texas babies aborted actually increasing since our supposed ban went into effect. This bill just continues a strategy that is not working. First, as currently written, HB 7 will not reduce the flow of abortion pills into our state. In addition to it already being a crime to provide abortion pills in Texas, Texas law already has 3 different avenues for civil liability. Adding a 4th won't do much, if anything. Other states will not let us enforce our judgment, but even if federal courts did, abortion pills can easily be ordered from international sources, as we saw happening in 2022 and 2023. Second, as currently written, House Bill 7 denies equal protection. Over 90% of abortions are sought by women who are not under any coercion, yet House Bill 7 would not deter this abortion demand. Preborn babies are persons, and the 14th Amendment requires equal protection of the laws for all persons. But consider this. The president of Planned Parenthood herself could order abortion pills, bring those abortion pills to the steps of this very Capitol, live stream herself taking those pills while saying she knows she is murdering her own child. And current Texas law would protect her doing that. And as written explicitly in 2 places in this bill, HB 7 would further protect her from any civil liability whatsoever. The father of the child could not even get a civil injunction to stop her from murdering their child. So we respectfully urge this committee to amend HB 7 to provide equal protection of the laws for all Texans born and preborn, and truly abolish abortion in Texas. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you all. Cindy Asmussen, Dr. Zeke Silva, and Daniel Hunt. We have you registered as Cindy Asmussen on behalf of the Southern Baptist of Texas Convention and Self for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
You may proceed.
My name is Cindy Asmussen. I'm the Public Policy Advisor for the Southern Baptist of Texas Convention, in which we have over 2,800 Texas churches, and we support HB 7. Thousands of Texans are still receiving abortion-inducing drugs through the mail every month from other states, which not only result in the termination of innocent preborn children, but pose severe risk to women, such as hemorrhaging and infection, and also increases the risk of coercion and abuse. The Heritage Foundation has documented several cases from around the nation in their article titled Abortion Pills, Coercion, and Abuse. We know last year in Harris County, a man was found guilty of slipping abortion drugs into his wife's beverages, unbeknownst to her, to abort their unborn child. In Louisiana, a woman told her pregnant minor daughter that she had to take the abortion pill or else, which was obtained through the mail from a New York doctor's company. The young daughter was coerced into having, the young daughter was coerced into having an abortion she did not want and ended up in the ER after serious bleeding. This same New York doctor also mailed abortion pills to patients in Texas. Our Attorney General Paxton filed a civil lawsuit accusing this doctor of operating in Texas without a license and violating Texas abortion ban. In Massachusetts, a man was charged with poisoning, assault, and battery on a pregnant woman, allegedly giving his girlfriend vitamin pills, which included misoprostol without her knowledge. Her unborn child died. In Wisconsin, a man was sentenced to 5 years in prison for attempted first-degree homicide of an unborn child for crushing up an abortion pill and putting it in his girlfriend's water bottle. She was approximately 20 weeks pregnant. These are just some of the cases, and this bill is a good first step in including recourse against distributors. Children are a blessing and a gift from God, made in his image with great value and worth, deserving of our protection from conception. God has a plan for every single life. The role of the state is to pursue all legal and legislative means necessary to protect this gift of life, and we must lead the way. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. Dr. Zeke Silva, we have you registered on behalf of the Texas Medical Association, Self Against the Bill. Is that correct?
That's correct, Madam
You may
Chair.
proceed.
Members, good morning. My name is Zeke Silva. I'm a physician. I practice in San Antonio. I'm chair of the TMA's Council on Legislation, and we are speaking in opposition to House Bill 7. Members, the 59,000 physicians I represent are committed to providing the best care possible to all Texans, including women in complicated pregnancies and with complicated gynecological care. This bill, as filed, runs the risk of having a chilling effect on our physicians' ability to do what I just described. Therefore, on behalf of my 59,000 physicians, our request is quite specific. We believe that any Texas licensed physician should have an exemption carve-out from the oversight and penalties which are imposed by this law regarding the core question at hand. You may ask yourself, well, how is that going to allow us to provide proper oversight to physicians? The answer is simple. We are physicians, we love the state, we protect the citizens in the state, and we respect the laws of this state. We are already subject to very specific regulatory oversight. 170A regarding abortion care in our state includes criminal penalties potentially for physicians who might engage in an elective abortion, civil penalties, and remember, we're licensed, so our ability to practice medicine depends on that license. Members, thank you for allowing me to represent the physicians that I do. As this bill evolves and the request that I made potentially becomes reality, please know that the physicians in this state will always be committed to providing the best care possible to the women we treat. Members, Madam Chair, thank you.
Any questions, Ms. Thompson?
I'd like to ask a question. As a physician, did you encounter any women coming to any of your physicians that you may be representing here today who may have needed an abortion because of some problems that they ran into carrying the pregnancy and was denied that right to carry, denied that right?
Dean, thank you for the question. There are instances in the media of which I'm aware where there have been unfortunate negative outcomes to women with complicated pregnancies. And Chair Leach mentioned this, and I should mention this bill currently. Senate Bill 31, the Life of the Mother Act. We were very purposeful to take the 4 existing statutes around abortion care, unify those, standardize the language, including the regulatory framework, to allow physicians to understand what those exemptions may involve, specifically a threat to the life of the mother or a threat to the major bodily function of that woman. So going forward, we are optimistic that the Life of the Mother Act will enable our physicians to feel confident, and that chilling effect I described will be lessened. And I would just close by saying there is a very important educational piece to that that's in the Senate Bill 31, where is a CME component, which we are working on, to make sure, Dean, that our physicians understand their ability to provide the best care possible.
Did you encounter any women who may have encountered sepsis as a result of the inability to be able to find themselves in an unfortunate position that they needed to have aborted, but was unable by law to do so?
Yeah, thank you, Dean. There are descriptions in the media of instances where care was delayed. I don't know the details from a medical perspective to comment meaningfully, but one important part of Senate Bill 31 is that we're no longer required to wait until those exemptions are imminent. We don't have to wait till a woman's bodily function is compromised to a point that it may be irreversible. We have the ability to act in a manner to protect her life going forward, and that's based on sound medical judgment, and it also exempts us from aiding and abetting. So we can have those conversations with the patient, with the referring physicians, consulting physicians, even attorneys, to make sure that that care is the best care possible and the physicians are protected.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dean.
Representative McQueenie?
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Doctor, thank you for being here. I assume, and I just want to make sure it's accurate, though, that you were working with the bill author with your request.
We are, and I would say that on the Senate side as well. You may know that we were on the bill on the Senate side because we thought there was opportunity to improve the bill in the ways that I described. The bill as filed doesn't include that, but to Chair Leach's layout, we're optimistic and we're willing to continue to work in that direction.
And if that change is, the requested changes in the new bill or the committee sub once we have it, is it fair to say that the Medical Association would support the bill then?
I'm part of a larger association. I chair our council on legislation. I personally can't make that commitment, but what the commitment that I can make is that we will certainly stay in a dialogue with the focus on the best care possible to the women in our state.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Madam Chairperson,
Ms. T?
I want to just say to my colleague that he can always ask the Medical Association to come and testify and give us that testimony and answer your question.
Any other questions? Thank you. Daniel Hunt, we have you registered on behalf of yourself for House Bill 7, is that correct?
That's correct, Madam
You may
Chair.
proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chairman and members. Thank you for allowing me to address the committee on HB 7. My name is Daniel Hunt. I'm here to speak in favor of HB 7. I have served on the State Republican Executive Committee and as a County Republican Chairman. I'm currently a candidate to be the next state representative for House District 8, but today I come before you as just a citizen of Texas. What makes us the human being we are? And I'm going to have to pronounce this slowly, deoxyribonucleic acid, also known as DNA. It is formed and set at the moment a sperm combines with an egg. It designates our traits such as sex, eye color, hair color, skin color, height, certain personality traits, certain skills, etc. It never changes. And it was set at the moment of conception. And that means a human exists at the moment of conception just as much as they exist after they are born, pass through puberty, reach adulthood, through old age, to natural death. Those are undeniable scientific facts. The Dobbs decision righted a serious wrong in our nation. It is estimated, according to the Center for Disease Control, that over 63 million children were killed in the U.S. by abortion while Roe was the law of the land. That almost doubles the current population of Texas. What would those children have achieved? Would one of them have cured cancer, developed a more efficient and safer energy source, been a great artist, architect, engineer, whatever? What could have been accomplished? Thank God that horror has ended. Yet according to the Journal of American Medicine, it is estimated approximately 19,000 children were still intentionally killed before birth by the abortion pill in Texas in 2024 alone. No accurate numbers are available due to the procedure being performed by women typically in their home with no medical care or supervision or even medical advice. There is almost always no follow-up with a doctor. This is a horrific process. The first pill cuts off the nutrients to the baby. The second pill induces the equivalent of a miscarriage. And there is no way to know if this is painful for the baby. This horror must stop. We must protect all
Thank
human
you for your
life from
testimony.
conception to birth.
Any
and
questions?
that includes the
Thank
mother.
you. Any
Thank you.
questions? Thank you all. Lauren Miller, Kim Batchelor, and Todd Howell. Lauren Miller. We have you registered on behalf of yourself against House Bill 7, is that correct?
That's correct.
You may proceed.
My name is Lauren Miller, and my son and I are survivors of the attempted murder by policy that are Texas's abortion bans. I'm here to oppose HB 7. In the limited time that the legislature meets, you decided not to focus on disaster prevention, rural healthcare deserts, jobs, the grid, or any of the things that Texans need. While my neighborhood is dotted with green ribbons put up by a little girl in memory of her best friend, you thought, we've already got 3 abortion bans on the books. Let's make that 4 of a kind. You're deprioritizing the needs of Texans to push laws beyond the boundaries of your jurisdiction, an unconstitutional move that will assuredly result in litigation and waste the hard-earned money of Texans. My tax dollars should fund public schools, not be drained by your chicanery. I've lived the dangers of these bans. I was pregnant with twins and extremely ill. Tragically, one of my twins was not viable and had a long list of fatal diagnoses, including fluid where most of his brain should have been. As decided by the Texas legislature, Texas Attorney General, and Texas Supreme Court, headed towards organ failure was not dead enough for an abortion of our unviable twin to protect my healthy twin and myself. You lie and say that there are exceptions for the health of the mother, like in SB 31. But how close to organ damage did I need to get? What UACR must I hit? Proteinuria, coherence of speech, level of consciousness. These are questions for doctors, not lawyers, not politicians, because abortion is health care. The existence of exceptions proves that anti-abortion politicians and disinformants recognize that abortion is health care. They just want to control when you can access it. Women of Texas, do you want to know where you rank? I could get an abortion for a dog, but not for me. Don't lie to anyone and say that this legislation is about protecting women and children, particularly when your other greatest priority has been a power grab at the behest of an adjudicated rapist known to consort with a
Thank you very
pedophile
much.
sex trafficker.
Thank you. Any questions? Kim Batchelor, we have you registered on behalf of yourself against HB 7, is that correct?
That is correct. Thank
You may
you.
proceed.
I am a Christian who, if I were in the late 1970s, would be agreeing with evangelicals that a literal interpretation of the Bible is that life begins not at conception or heartbeat, but at breath. So I just want to make that clear, that because I'm going to be addressing the religious aspects. I want to begin with a real-life example of what can happen to churches and religious organizations, even conservative ones, if this bill passes as is with the RFRA standards inside of it. Changes inside of it. Along with the legal changes that encourage frivolous suits, this bill strips Religious Freedom Restoration Act rights on the issue of abortion from the versions that I have seen. Texas Right to Life is a high-profile and well-funded anti-abortion organization. In August 2022, TRL's political director, Lucas Bowen, was arrested and convicted of attempting to solicit sex from a minor. Imagine this incident happening after the passage of this bill. The pre-litigation discovery provided for in this legislation results in mandatory responses to demands with no option for Texas Right to Life to refuse. TRL leaders and staff can be subject to mandatory depositions and any demand for documents that may provide evidence of the purchase of abortion medication by Bowen to cover up his crimes. No lawsuit need to be filed, but $100,000 is a tempting reward. For some malevolent forces, the harassment is the point. A small church dealing with a similar scandal, or even a rumor, would not weather this storm. The Southern Baptist Convention and various non-denominational and megachurches experiencing a sex scandal have vulnerability here if Religious Freedom Restoration Act rights are taken away, and if the anti-SLAPP is also changed. While it is doubtful how much impact you can have on these medications flowing into the state, here's what happened pre-Roe v. Wade. Knitting needles and unwound coat hangers inserted into the body, drinking poisonous liquids, sleeping in temperature extremes, even one case of a woman shooting herself in the womb to end a pregnancy, sepsis, maiming, death from many gruesome methods. That is what's happened before Roe v. Wade, and EMTs are reporting it is happening again. So as someone with 20 years experience also, if I'd had another 2 minutes to talk about the so-called study, I worked in that field for 20 years. The study that they will often refer to as a 10% rate of complications from mifepristone, it is a joke. It is a paper. It is not a study. I have information that's too long to deliver that I'm happy to give you in writing if you're open to that.
Any questions? Thank you. Todd Howell, we have you registered on behalf of yourself for HB 7, is that correct?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Good morning. I'll try to speak up. Thank you for the opportunity to testify here before each of you and for bringing this bill forward. My name is Dr. Todd Howell. I'm a board-certified family physician. I practiced obstetrics early in my years. In my career, I have many years of experience in the emergency room in addressing these issues. I am also a retired lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Air Force. The abortion pill mifepristone accounts for 2/3 of all abortions nationwide. It accounts for almost 100% of Texas abortions. So this is the way for the abortion industry to bypass the law, great law that was passed, and trying to protect our women. There's been a 500% increase in ER visits. That was as of 2015. We don't have any data now. The only data that's collected is that of death, and even that is misleading. There was a recent note from the FDA. This is the FDA. They reviewed the data. Previously, there had been 32 deaths noted, 36. And when they reviewed the data, there were 151 deaths. That's just a simple review of the data that was available. But remember, they do not allow us to collect the data, only death, and they mislead the issue of the involvement of mifepristone. I have personally experienced with women many times, heavy, serious, hemorrhaging, bleeding. This is not a simple, it's not safe. Anyone who comes up here before you and says, this is safe, could you believe anything else they said? One pill takes away the progesterone, the essential hormone that is protecting that life that is developing. One pill has all of those serious impacts. Just to finish, the review of this data that said is not available, we can't get any data. The insurance report that I believe you'll have in front of you, 865,000. There were 12,000 serious infections, 28,000 severe profound hemorrhage, 3,000 ectopic pregnancies.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you all.
I have one.
Chairman King.
Yes, sir.
The data that you're referencing,
Yes.
do you have written comments on that?
There's
you can
a
share
full-
with the, do you, the
Yes, I do.
further comments that you were going to finish, do you have those in writing?
I do.
Would you please share those statistics and information, as all of you? I mean, you're welcome to share it with the committee. If you have written testimony, it would be helpful.
Thank you. There were 865,000 records that they were able to obtain and review from insurance.
Right.
There were 12,000 with serious infections, 28,000 with profound hemorrhage, 1,200 needing transfusion.
Sir?
Yes, sir.
My question was, could
Okay.
you give me this in writing? Your time was up. I
I
don't
apologize.
have
I
a question,
thought you
but
wanted to address
I
it.
would like to see the rest of your testimony in a written form.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Thank you.
Comforted to know that you have complications with pregnancy.
Ashley Leenertz, Ken Moore, and Caitlin Cash. Ashley Leenertz,
Yes, ma'am.
we have you registered on behalf of Texas Right to Life and Self for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed.
Good morning, Chairman King and members of the committee. My name is Ashley Leonards, and I serve as the Legislative Director for Texas Right to Life. And I am testifying in support of HB 7, the Women and Child Protection Act, on behalf of myself and Texas Right to Life, the oldest and largest pro-life organization in our state, dedicated to protecting innocent human life from fertilization to natural death. Texas has led our nation in defending preborn children through laws like the Heartbeat Act and the Human Life Protection Act. But sadly, since the overturning of Roe v. Wade, the abortion industry has shifted tactics. They no longer primarily commit abortions at brick-and-mortar facilities. Instead, abortionists now exploit liberal state laws to tragically mail dangerous abortion pills into Texas. These drugs, as you've heard, involve two pills. The first starves the child, the second expels the dead baby. Previously, it is estimated 19,000 Texas children are killed yearly through this process. They also send 1 and 2M to the ER, which also allow sexual abusers. These pills also allow sexual abusers to continue exploiting women. Some cases we've heard of recently were in Corpus Christi and Houston, and we'll provide that data with the Ethics and Public Policy Center to y'all as well later. Clearly, the fight for life is not over. From the moment of fertilization, every child is a unique human being with their own DNA, characteristics like hair color, eye color, and race. By the time the pills are taken, the child already has a beating heart, developed fingers and toes, and even brainwaves are sometimes detectable. Yet liberal states have gone so far as to pass measures shielding rogue actors and ignoring our state laws, allowing these deadly pills to come in. HB 7 is the strongest proposed tool to stop this crisis. It provides a new avenue to undermine anti-state laws and empowers women who are tragically targets of the abortion industry to hold traffickers accountable. I respectfully urge you to pass HB 7 and allow Texas to continue leading our state and our country in protecting innocent human life, and I'd be happy to yield for questions.
Any
Thank you.
questions? Thank you.
Thanks.
Ken Moore, we have you registered on behalf of yourself for HB 7. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You may proceed.
Okay. In preparation for this testimony, I went back and I watched the videos for testimony given on SB 2880, which is the companion bill for HB 5510, which.
You'll have to stay on this bill, please.
Okay, well, these are the precursors for this bill. And the testimony that you hear there was pretty much what you'll be hearing here as time goes on. But it was one horror story after another of things that went wrong with these abortion pills being used by women in Texas. The complications that came up, things that no one knew was going to happen. They did not have medical supervision while they're taking these pills. They didn't have medical supervision before they started taking them. And a lot of things went wrong. Now, I've heard testimony about how safe these things are, and the studies have been given that support that these bills are safe. I'm a retired machinist, and I have seen brochures that talk about what a tool will handle and what it won't do. But I'm going to tell you from personal experience, what I see with my eyes and what I put my hand on carries a lot more weight than what a brochure or a study says. And when you have a long parade of people with one horror story after another, things they have experienced and things that they have seen with their own eyes, many of the medical professionals, to me, that holds a lot more weight than the studies we hear about how this thing is supposed to be safe. I think this is a good bill. It goes a long way towards addressing this problem. I ask you to please pass this on to the full body.
Any questions? Thank you. Caitlin Cash, we have you registered on behalf of yourself against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Chair King and members of the committee. My name is Caitlin Cash, and I am here to oppose HB 7. Texans already live under 3 abortion bans, and we don't need or want a 4th. In 2021, I learned my baby had a fatal fetal anomaly, but my doctor couldn't even help me transfer my medical records because SB 8 had just gone into effect 45 days prior, and no one knew what would be considered aiding or abetting, or if someone might try to collect a bounty on my doctor for helping me leave the state to get an abortion. I was sent home to figure it out. I left my home feeling like a criminal, fleeing my own state for the health care I needed. A few months later, I miscarried, and I needed the exact medication that this bill targets to safely pass that fetal tissue. I was questioned by pharmacists who wanted proof that my baby no longer had a heartbeat. In 2023, when I finally had a healthy pregnancy after IVF, I nearly died from a postpartum hemorrhage. After my daughter was born, I had a retained placenta and I needed a D&C, a procedure that is constantly caught up in these bans. Because of technical and administrative delays, my care was postponed and I bled for 1 hour and 49 minutes. I woke up in the ICU 3 floors away from my newborn. And now HB 7 adds on more restrictions to reproductive health care. And I don't know why Jonathan Mitchell thinks we need a 4th abortion ban. He doesn't even live here. But as a Texan, I am here to tell you, this cuts us off from care completely, from doctors in Texas and beyond our borders. This isn't just a Texas ban. It is designed to follow us wherever we go. And it will only continue the pain and suffering of millions of Texans. This isn't protection. It is surveillance, suppression, cruelty, and state-sanctioned suffering. Texans don't need another abortion ban. We need the freedom to make decisions for our families, the dignity to get care without fear, and the chance to survive pregnancy and childbirth in our own state. Thank you.
Any questions? Ms. Thompson?
Are you saying that you're intelligent enough to make a decision yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. John Seago, Samantha Furness, and Debbie Fuller. John Seago?
Yep.
We have you registered on behalf of Texas Right to Life and Self for the bill, is that correct?
Yes. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Chairman King, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Dr. John Seago. I serve as the president for Texas Right to Life, and I'm testifying in strong support of House Bill 7. Thank you, Chairman Leach, for working with the stakeholders and making a bunch of changes. This bill in front of you is a work of several stakeholders and input, and it's actually a stronger, more focused bill than what you heard in the regular session. And I would love to explain some of the details, some of the changes that have made from that point. The reality is that right now, Texas bans elective abortions. However, those that promote, sell, and profit from abortion are still sending pills, over 19,000 a year, directly to women with no medical exam for contraindications, no medical oversight, no follow-up. You'll hear witnesses explain the heartbreaking and life-threatening conditions that this has led to women in Texas. This is illegal, but we need better tools to go after those who are outside of the state. The Heartbeat Act is a good tool for inside the state. This helps us with those who are outside the state who are mailing abortion pills in. The bill works in 2 different ways. In subchapter B, it creates a new prohibition on manufacturing, distributing, delivering, and providing abortion-inducing drugs. And then in subchapter C, it authorizes qui tam lawsuits brought by Texans as an assignee of the state's claim for relief. So we would say this is the most effective bill that will help us with this new trend of abortion pills being sent in. One added element is that they're not just mailing the pills in, they're hiding behind a new legal invention called shield laws. And so we see Dr. Carpenter in New York and Dr. Cato from California are openly and proudly breaking our law and committing illegal activity. And so this helps us bring lawsuits against those that are sabotaging the enforcement of our life-saving laws, which you have all passed and debated, and the governor has signed. To be clear,
Thank
lawsuits...
you very much. Any questions? All right, thank you. Dr. Debbie Fuller? We have you registered on behalf of the Texas Medical Association himself against the bill. You may
Yes.
proceed.
My name is Dr. Deborah Fuller. I'm a board-certified OB-GYN and have a 3-decade practice in Dallas. I've spent my career caring for women through some of the most joyful and some of the most complex moments of their lives. I'm here today speaking for myself in OB-GYN and for my patients, the women of Texas, on behalf of the TMA, testifying respectfully against House Bill 7. We greatly appreciate Chairman Leach's efforts to work with us thus far, but unfortunately, the critical changes we need to see in this bill are not reflected in the filed version of the bill. We hope to see a committee substitute. During the 2025 regular session, Texas passed Senate Bill 31, known as the Life of the Mother Act, which clarifies and helps define exceptions that prioritize Texas mothers and provides necessary legal protections for the physicians of Texas. With the passage of SB 31, physicians and the mothers of Texas once again were able to feel safer about potential obstetrical emergencies. The filed version of HB 7 would limit and potentially bring patient harm to the protections made by the Life of the Mother Act, as the bill includes new liability provisions that are likely to create confusion and fear amongst Texas licensed physicians. The U.S. maternal mortality rate has been rising for decades, with the USA being the only developed country with a rising rate. Texas ranks 37th out of 50 states. Women giving birth today are 50% more likely to die during childbirth than their mothers were. 11.2% of all maternal deaths nationwide are caused by obstetrical hemorrhages. Alarmingly, 54 out of 254 counties in Texas are maternal deserts. Physicians support the responsible and medically appropriate use of HB 7 listed medications in certain clinical situations, miscarriage care, care of ectopic pregnancies, inducing labor, and stopping maternal hemorrhage, as well as in daily routine gynecologic care. I urge you to ensure that this bill preserves our ability to treat women and
Thank
other
you very much.
patients.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Ms. Steve?
Doc, have you all been able to isolate the cause of why there's such a high rate of death during childbirth?
No, ma'am, but we certainly are seeing that there are ethnic disparities. We unfortunately, we're seeing that a lot of women do not have insurance coverage, and with the lack of insurance coverage, they are not seeking prenatal care. And by not seeking prenatal care, we're seeing more emergent pregnancies present to hospitals when it's time to be in labor.
And out of that group who are not covered by medical care and who do not seek prenatal care, have not sought prenatal care, is this the group of persons that you're talking about that there seems to be a high rate of death during pregnancy, delivery?
Again, we don't have all the answers as to why we're seeing more, but it definitely is happening. We have statistics, again, to support that. But if there is fear amongst a pregnant woman, fear of physicians, fear of hospitals, fear of problems happening, and she does not seek prenatal care, and then something happens, and we have to care for them in an emergency, then we're put into a bind of how to appropriately care for them when we do our best. But we're losing more mothers.
Are you saying that are you telling this testimony today to the committee that there's disparities that you have been seeing? Some of the causes is the lack of medical care, prenatal medical care. Does that fall within a particular group of individuals, a group of ethnicity? Is that a group of ethnic person who may be more inclined because of their ethnicity and maybe not to seek prenatal care? How are you able to derive this information?
We have the information on maternal morbidity
Yeah.
and maternal mortality, not
Yeah.
only in the state of Texas, but nationwide. And in looking at all of the states, we are seeing a disparity in women of color.
In what?
In women of color.
Women of color. And how long has that, from your experience, how long has that existed?
During my residency training, this did not exist, so and early in practice, it didn't exist. Our data is not as good in the distant past, but currently, the data shows that there has been a distinct change.
In what capacity? You said distinct change.
More deaths from preeclampsia-related events, hypertension-related events, whether it is pre-existing hypertension, diabetic-related events, chronic illness-related events, and hemorrhage. Hemorrhage, again, being over 10%.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions? Thank you. Samantha Furness, we have you registered on behalf of Texas Right to Life for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed.
Good morning, Chair King, Vice Chair Hernandez, and committee. My name is Samantha Furness, and I'm here representing Texas Right to Life in support of House Bill 7. So I want to talk about a specific talking point that you might hear from opponents of this bill. One way that people try and make abortion pills seem very safe is by comparing it to other common medications. For a long time, the line has been that the abortion pills are safer than Tylenol. This is obviously untrue, as death rates, hospitalization rates, and severity of adverse effects are all far worse with abortion pills. I spoke about this during my testimony on the regular session and how the numbers aren't even really comparable. But it seems that we're not even using that line anymore. What you'll hear more often is abortion pills are safer than Viagra rather than Tylenol. And I anticipate you'll hear a lot about that today. So Viagra is also notoriously unsafe medication. Serious adverse effects happen in about 1 in 1,000 people. That's 0.01%. As you've heard, the Ethics and Public Policy Center found that about 10% of mifepristone users require a hospital visit within 45 days. But if you do have doubts about that study, the FDA claims that serious adverse effects happen in about 0.5% of cases. They say less than 0.5%, which probably means 0.4 something. In other words, that's still higher than the 0.1% of Viagra. And this FDA number is also from before the pills were available in the form and the quantity that they're available today. We also know that the majority of men who experience serious adverse effects had a pre-existing condition, a comorbidity like hypertension or cardiac issues. These people should not be taking Viagra in the first place. And if it's really that dangerous, then let's have the conversation about regulating that. If it's really that bad for people, let's have that discussion. And even if we do grant this talking point, even if we aren't doing the same thing about the danger of Viagra, it remains that a man taking Viagra is taking no one's life into his own hands except his own life.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Brittany Oglesby. Shelley Hayes Mahan. And Susan Chappell. All right, Brittany Oglesby. We
Yes.
have you registered on behalf of Texas Right to Life and Self for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed.
Okay. Good morning, members of the committee, and thank you for your time. My name is Brittany Oglesby, and I serve as an education associate at Texas Right to Life, where I mentor pro-life college leaders across the state of Texas, and I am here in support of House Bill 7. The abortion industry continues to circumvent our laws through the promotion of illegal abortion pills, which tragically results in the death of thousands of preborn Texans per year. Some of my students share with me that it's common to see stickers advertising illegal abortion pills on their campus. I myself know this to be true because I first learned about these illegal pills 4 years ago when I heard an entire college campus. I've also heard from pregnancy center staff, including one of the students that I mentor, that women have either come into their facilities contemplating taking these pills or they have come in because they are experiencing complications from them. This isn't surprising, as a recent study found that 1 in 10 women who took abortion pills required emergency medical care. So this is promoted at an institutional and grassroots level. I know that both sides of this issue see their view as the right and the compassionate one, but putting women's lives at risk in this way can't ever truly be the compassionate response. Many of these pills aren't even FDA regulated, being shipped from out of the country with little to no directions. A woman will at most book a telehealth appointment where no ultrasound is required to verify the gestational age of her child. I can't even begin to comprehend how dangerous this is if a woman has an ectopic pregnancy or if she is further along than she believes that she is. That's incredibly dangerous. These pills are a threat to women and they are lethal to their preborn children. I urge you to pass House Bill 7 to protect born and preborn Texans from this grave threat. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. Shelley Hayes McMahon, we have you registered on behalf of Planned Parenthood Texas Votes against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You may proceed.
Good morning, Chair Hernandez and the rest of the committee. My name is Shelley Hayes McMahon. I'm Executive Director of Planned Parenthood Texas Votes, and I am here to speak in opposition to HB 7, another piece of legislation aimed at further restricting access to medical protocol that has been proven safe and effective and used with a 97.4% success rate by over 4 million women, trans, and non-binary people since the year 2000, according to the FDA. And I'd like to point out that at no point in any pregnancy is anyone on the dais more qualified to make decisions about our health and access to care than a patient and their health provider, except maybe Rep. Howard. I was not expecting you this morning. I am disappointed, again, that this body is seeking to legislate personal religious preferences and beliefs into law, playing politics with Texans' lives, wasting time on redundant and unnecessary legislation, and then also proposing financial gain for inserting yourselves into what is a personal and private matter. And while this bill may pass over the objections of thousands of Texans, I would challenge you as a body to use the morality you claim guides you in restricting the freedoms of Texans to make their own medical decisions about their bodies and point that compass towards what our communities really need. First, being a robust healthcare safety net, including the comprehensive sexual and reproductive health care provided by Planned Parenthood in Texas and across the country. I'd like to see you lower the rates of uninsured Texans. Texas is ranked first nationally, having the highest percentage of uninsured residents. Between 21.6 and 21.7% of Texans are uninsured. I would love to see some work on reducing the rates of maternal and infant mortality as Texas continues to possess an increasing rate of maternal mortality. Between 2019 and 2022, our maternal mortality rate rose by 56% compared to 11% nationwide. Texans.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Ms. Teets?
I'd like to ask you a question, please.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
noticed you dwelt a little bit on insurance coverage, lack of insurance coverage. And you may have heard some of the testimony earlier prior to your testifying that there had been some disparity studies, and in that data, it shows that there was a lack of persons who may have been pregnant who did not access a prenatal care. Did you hear that?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And do you all encounter, do you have any idea whether or not that, do you all encounter any of those persons in your line of work?
Well, I work on the political side of Planned Parenthood. I can't speak as a Planned Parenthood healthcare provider. I do know that Planned Parenthood was kicked out of the Medicaid and Healthy Women's system quite a few years ago, so many of our patients are either self-funded, are using their own insurance, but the lack of access to Medicaid has definitely increased the lack of women being able to access reproductive health care as well as access birth control.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Susan Chappell, we have you registered on behalf of Pregnancy Assistance Center North for the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
You may proceed.
Hello, my name is Susan Chappell, Director of Advancement for Pregnancy Assistance Center North, and I'm testifying in favor of HB7. Thank you, Representative King and committee members. PACN is a faith-based pregnancy medical clinic serving clients in Montgomery and Harris counties, and our vision is to advance the culture for life in our community. I want to share Katie's story with you. Faced with an unplanned pregnancy, Katie ordered free abortion pills through 2 different sources. The first package arrived with the pills taped between 2 cotton squares. The second in 3 Ziploc bags, both with no instructions, no labels, and no contact information. Katie tried to reach out to both providers multiple times and received no response. No one was available to walk her through the steps of taking the pills or to inform her of the aftermath she would experience when it was all over. In a moment of desperation, Katie found PACN. We were there to answer her questions, review FDA guidelines, and connect her with vital support and resources. More and more women are coming to PACN with similar experiences, and many face far more devastating outcomes. This is not the standard of care Texas women should be forced to accept. Abortion hasn't stopped in Texas, it's simply taken on a new form. Recent data shows that more than 20,000 Texans have ordered these pills annually, and PACN estimates that 80% of our clients considering abortion are planning to order these pills online or already have. They are illegal in Texas. HB7 offers a way to change that by holding manufacturers and distributors accountable and protecting women like Katie from unsafe and unregulated drug sources. Katie's experience also highlights a deeper problem of online advertising and trafficking of abortion drugs, and this bill gives Texas the tools to address that. I urge you to protect the health and lives of Texas women and their unborn children by supporting HB7. On behalf of PACN, thank you to Representative Leach for his
Thank you. Any
leadership and
questions?
dedication.
Ms. Thompson?
It seems that your testimony, you don't mind them selling the pills, you just want some instructions.
No, I do mind them selling the pills. Abortion's illegal in the state of Texas.
No, your testimony was that they have been receiving the pills without instructions.
Correct.
And somebody got all they got was some pills between cotton.
Yeah, it
sent to
happens
them
all the
With no
time.
instruction. And your testimony seemed to summarize that if they had got an instruction, it'd been okay.
Well, if that's what my testimony led you to believe, then I'm wrong.
No, I'm trying to get some clarification.
The clarification is that these women are receiving these pills without any pre-screening, without any instructions, and they're also taking them in a state where abortion is illegal, causing illegal abortions to happen.
Thank you.
Representative Anchia?
But isn't that a little bit of a circular argument? Sorry. Like, the reason women cannot be under the care of a doctor here in Texas is because we've outlawed abortion. Therefore, they don't get the care that they need, and they're forced to resort to this.
So women.
So you don't, I mean, I guess, sorry, I'll try to say it more artfully, and I'll let you finish. You complain that women cannot get this care under the supervision of a doctor in a medically safe way. Is that fair?
I'm complaining that women are taking abortion pills and abortions are happening, and the state of Texas has declared that abortion is illegal.
Correct. And you support that, you support that women not have access to a doctor for purposes of abortion here in Texas, correct?
Ask me your question again.
Sorry. You're happy that women cannot be under the care of a doctor to receive an abortion here in Texas?
Don't you feel like that's kind of a tricky question to ask?
I'm just trying to understand, because you're complaining on the one hand, as Dean Thompson said, that these women are getting these pills in a way that may be medically unsafe, but you're also happy that they're unable to receive health care under the care of a doctor for purposes of an abortion.
I want all women
I
to
think that testimony is tricky for me to understand.
I want all women to receive health care that is safe. But again, I'm going back to The state of Texas has already determined that abortion is illegal.
Do you wish it were legal so that women could get safe health care for their pregnancies?
I don't think safe health care is abortion.
Okay, okay.
All right. Members, other questions for this witness? Please. They've all, okay, so you've all, sorry, you've all gone. All right. No more questions for this panel. Thank you all for being here. Okay. Chair calls Shelley Hall. Caitlin Marburger. Jake Wilson. Shelley Hall?
Yes.
Is that you? We show you as Shelley Hall. You're testifying on behalf of yourself, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please proceed.
All right. Hi, I'm Shelley Hall. I am also someone who hopes to become a mother. I'm here today to share my strong opposition to HB 7 due to my recent miscarriage experience here in Texas. 7 weeks ago on July 2nd, I went in for a routine prenatal appointment at 10 weeks. It was a deeply wanted pregnancy. We had a name picked out, we had sonograms on our fridge, we knew it was a girl, but at the appointment, there was no heartbeat. She had died. The moment the ultrasound stopped, I panicked. My first thought wasn't just grief, but it was fear. I blurted out, will I be able to have a D&C? Because in Texas, even in a moment like that, I didn't know I would be allowed to get the care that I needed. My doctor gently said yes, because there's no heartbeat. And just like that, the most devastating news of my life had to code switch from medical counsel to navigating Texas law to determine whether and how I could safely move forward. She scheduled an emergency D&C abortion care the next day on July 3rd. They stressed that I had to be at the hospital by 10 a.m. since they were squeezing me in before the holiday weekend, and it'd be more dangerous to wait. What should have been a heartbreaking but straightforward medical procedure to prevent infection and remove the pregnancy turned into an even bigger nightmare. The medication, misoprostol, I needed to soften my cervix to have this surgery safely wasn't called in by accident that Wednesday evening. At 8 a.m., I woke up to a frantic call from my OB's office telling me I needed to get to the pharmacy immediately to get the pill. When I looked at my Walgreens app, it said the prescription was delayed and being reviewed with insurance. I panicked and immediately called. The pharmacist said they couldn't release the prescription, even for $1.65 out of pocket, because they needed more documentation to confirm it wasn't an abortion. I asked if it was because of Texas law, and the pharmacist said yes. I immediately hung up and called my OB's office. I stood there in grief and panic and crisis on the phone for what felt like eternity, but was probably half an hour, trying to understand how I could get the pill, would my surgery still be safe without the pill, and just proving that yes, I had a miscarriage. I'm not trying to have an abortion. So on one of the hardest days of my life, it was on me to convince strangers that yes, my baby was gone, all to get access to basic safe care, care that should have been mine without a fight. So with driving time to the pharmacy and then Seton, I was panicked in getting the pill and making it to surgery on time.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are there questions of this witness? Ms. Thompson.
I did. However, my surgery was delayed. I also have type 1 diabetes, and not having food or water when you're trying to manage your blood sugars for a safe surgery. I got to the hospital in time, but my surgery wasn't until about 3 p.m. About 2 hours in the morning for me to go to the pharmacy, be on the tall, get to the hospital, but I wasn't expecting to deal with the panic and trying to get medication that I needed to have my safe procedure.
Members, other questions of this witness? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Is it Catlin or Caitlin? Caitlin. Kate, all right. The record shows we have Caitlin Marburger. You're testifying on behalf of Brenham and Bryan Pregnancy Center, and you're for the bill, is that correct?
That's correct.
Please proceed.
Good morning. My name is Caitlin Marburger, and I serve as the Executive Director of Brenham and Bryan Pregnancy Center. Every day, my team and I walk alongside women facing unplanned pregnancies, offering free medical services, resources, and hope. Abortion-inducing drugs are now the most common method of abortion in Texas, and too often they're ordered online and mailed into our state without any medical oversight. These pills are advertised as quick and safe, but the truth is far different. Just last spring, 2 local college students from Blinn Community College, where I'm from, had to be rushed by ambulance to the hospital after complications from taking the abortion pill. That is the reality we are facing in our community. House Bill 7 helps close these dangerous loopholes. It ensures that out-of-state providers cannot undermine Texas law by shipping these drugs into our homes and dorm rooms. It creates accountability for those who profit from women's pain and puts protections in place to safeguard Texas women and children. At our center, we see firsthand that when women are supported, they can choose life and thrive. We help them walk through signing up for insurance, paying their rent, giving them baby supplies for over 3 years after they've had the baby. I urge you to support House Bill 7, not only to protect unborn lives, but to protect the health and safety of women across the state. Texas women deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, members. Are there questions of this witness? Seeing none. Record shows we have Jake Wilson next. Record shows you're Jake Wilson. You're testifying on behalf of yourself, and you're for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Good morning, Chairman King, Vice Chair Hernandez, and members of the committee. My name is Jake Wilson. I'm from Fort Worth, and I'm testifying in my personal capacity in favor of House Bill 7. When we hear stories about women not receiving the care they need, I think it is very important to know what the law says, and we do want to protect both women and babies. Section 24502 of the Texas Health and Safety Code 1B, 24502 says that the definition of abortion does not include removing a dead unborn child whose death was caused by spontaneous abortion. So my understanding of that is no matter what stage the pregnancy is at, if it is a miscarriage, you can remove it. You don't have to wait for a certain time. And I commend the legislature on its efforts to educate the public on what the laws really say. I support House Bill 7 because it is important to protect unborn life. Unborn children are fearfully and wonderfully made by God, even while their substance is yet unformed, according to Psalm 139, 13 through 16. Also, there are many resources available today to help mothers keep and support their children. For any mothers facing an unplanned pregnancy who may be unsure of their next steps, there is a vast network of pro-life organizations and medical professionals ready to provide help, often for free or at a reduced cost. There's now a website called herplan.org where people can find a nationwide directory of thousands of organizations that are committed to life and that provide resources. These resources may include care for mothers and children, material or legal support, financial assistance, employment support, education, healthcare services, and pregnancy support. The herplan.org directory lists hundreds of these organizations in Texas. I encourage everyone to go check out the herplan.org directory. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are questions of this witness? Seeing none. Thank you all for being here. All right, Chair calls Rebecca Kiesling, Ashley Solano. I want to mess that up. Madison Gopinger? Gopinger? Okay, I knew I said it wrong. Okay. All right. Rebecca Kiesling? Is that you? Okay, the record shows you are Rebecca Kiesling. You're here on behalf of yourself, and you're for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please proceed.
I am Rebecca Kiesling. I'm an attorney. I'm an international pro-life speaker, and I was conceived in rape. My birth mother was abducted at knife point by a serial rapist, and she tried to kill me at 2 illegal abortions, backed out because the law protected me. I literally owe my birth to pro-life legislators who saw my value, and I am just as worthy of love and life as anyone else. And as I told Governor Rick Perry when I changed his heart on the rape exception during his presidential campaign, I did not deserve the death penalty for the crime of the man who raped my mother. The U.S. Supreme Court in Coker v. Georgia said that rapists don't deserve the death penalty. And in Kennedy v. Louisiana, they said that even for child molesters, it's cruel and unusual punishment. So how does any child deserve to die for the crime of the man who raped their mother? I understand that there's rumblings that a rape exception might be introduced. It's absolutely absurd to deprive rape victims of the ability to sue. I wish my birth mother and I could go back and sue the men who were going to kill me. She said that there were no pregnancy centers back then, but if there had been, she would have gone. We know that rapists, child molesters, and sex traffickers love abortion. They rely on abortions in order to protect and enable them to continue perpetrating. It is the baby who reveals the rape and who is able to protect the mother. We know the younger a girl is, the more likely it's a member of her household who's been raping her, and oftentimes a family member who's been trafficking her. And so it's important to punish rapists, not babies, and I fully support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Members, questions of the witness? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Ashley Solano, record shows you're Ashley Solano. You're testifying on behalf of Texas Right to Life and yourself, and you're for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Good morning, Chairman King and members of the committee. My name is Ashley Solano, and I represent myself and Texas Right to Life in favor of HB 7. A peer-reviewed study showed that chemical abortions now account for nearly 2/3 of all abortions in the United States. Despite our pro-life laws, abortion pills are a lethal threat to Texas babies and their mothers. That same study revealed that these pills are 22 times more dangerous than what the FDA has reported. Women who take them may suffer severe complications such as hemorrhaging, sepsis, and in some cases, even death. Another study revealed that a majority of emergency room visits following a medication abortion are miscoded as miscarriages. And this is no accident. Providers and sellers of the pills instruct women to hide their use of the pills if they end up in an emergency room. Lying about the problem ultimately puts these women in greater danger, leaving them without the proper medical care. The growing use of these pills impacts the maternal mortality and morbidity rate in our state, and we cannot afford to ignore this. We must act now to protect both Texas babies and their mothers. We must pass the Women and Child Protection Act. Thank you so much for your time.
Sure. Thank you for your testimony. Members, or questions of this witness? See none. All right. You are Madison. Tell me one more time.
Geppinger.
Geppinger. Okay. We have Madison Geppinger. You are here on behalf of yourself, and you're for the bill.
That is correct.
That is correct. Please proceed.
Howdy, my name is Maddie Geppinger, and I'm a recent graduate from Texas A&M University, and this past year I served as the president of Pro-Life Aggies. During my time as an officer, I heard many testimonies from women who have been impacted by abortion, and I spoke with many of my college peers about how they view the need to access abortion. And this one thing is very clear. We do not need abortion pills on college campuses or anywhere for that matter. We often hear that abortion is healthcare, but there is nothing healthy or caring about it. Healthcare is not selling a pill to a pregnant woman to kill her unborn child. Healthcare is not telling pregnant women to go to their bathroom, take a life-ending pill without medical supervision or proper informed consent, and flushing everything that comes out down the toilet. Healthcare is not lying to women that their unborn child is just a clump of cells and then ignoring them or telling them they're wrong when they see their aborted clump of cells is actually a baby they have just passed after taking the pill. Abortion pills do not provide health care, they provide a profit for those selling them. If we continue to allow these pills to be brought into Texas, then we are allowing these companies to make money off of young, pregnant Texas women. Now that was a lot of pretty sad information, but I do want to leave y'all on a hopeful note. While I've heard much about the dangers of abortion and how it leaves women in mentally dark places, I've also seen firsthand how even college students can make motherhood more accessible for their peers. Over the last year, Pro-Life Aggies raised $20,000 in scholarships for pregnant and parenting students. We hosted a Christmas Angel Tree Drive and provided cribs, high chairs, diapers, and much more for pregnant and parenting students. And we worked with pregnancy centers around our campus to provide actual health care for college students who are also raising children. We shouldn't be allowing abortion pill companies to take advantage of Texas women, especially knowing how well Texans can take care of each other. We don't need abortion pills in Texas. We need to protect our women and children, which is why I urge you to please vote in support of House Bill 7, the Women and Child Protection Act. Thanks, gig 'em, and God bless.
Thank you very much. Members, are questions of the panel or this witness? I see none. Thank you all for being here. Chair calls Joe Poyman, Michael Wilson, and Colleen Wright. All right, Joe, record shows you are Joe Poyman. You are here on behalf of Texas Alliance for Life, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please proceed.
My name is Dr. Joe Poyman. I'm the Executive Director of Texas Alliance for Life. I respectfully voice our opposition to House Bill 7. We believe HB 7 is likely unconstitutional, ineffective, and will damage the pro-life reputation of this state. We support policies that protect unborn babies from elective abortions throughout pregnancy, beginning at conception. However, we believe HB 7's reliance on a so-called private qui-tam lawsuit mechanism is deeply flawed. In Van Steen v. Texas Right to Life, District Judge David Peoples ruled that a similar provision in the Texas Heartbeat Act, which allows private individuals to sue abortion providers to enforce an abortion ban, violates the open courts provision of the Texas Constitution. This precedent raises serious doubts about the legality of HB 7's qui-tam provision. HB 7 will likely be ineffective in preventing providers from transporting abortion-inducing drugs into Texas. The threat of lawsuits is likely to deter providers because there will be no lawsuits, just as there have been no lawsuits against out-of-state providers under the Heartbeat Act. The Heartbeat Act has permitted lawsuits against out-of-state abortion providers for the last 4 years since taking effect in September 2021. However, no such lawsuits have been filed against out-of-state abortion providers, and abortion drugs continue to be shipped into Texas, though reliable data on the volume is unavailable. Members, why would we expect HB 7, if enacted, to have a different effect? Do we want bounty hunters from anywhere in the country or beyond filing lawsuits in our state seeking judgments of $100,000 or more? Vigilantes profiting from the death of an unborn child to whom they are entirely unconnected. Is that the reputation we want for our state? Members, this, in our view, is not a pro-life policy, and we ask you to oppose this bill.
Thank you for that testimony. Members, there are questions of Dr. Poyman? Seeing none. Record shows we have Michael Olson. Michael Olson, you are testifying on behalf of the Catholic Diocese of Fort Worth. Is that correct?
No, also, I'm testifying on behalf of the Texas Conference of Catholic Bishops.
1 second. Do we have your permission to change that?
Yes, you do.
Do you still want to keep your first part of your registration?
Yes,
of the
please.
Catholic Diocese of Fort Worth?
Yes.
And you want to add?
The Texas Catholic Conference of Bishops.
Okay, now we have Michael Olson testifying on behalf of Catholic Diocese of Fort Worth and Texas Catholic Conference of Bishops against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please proceed. You have 2 minutes.
I serve as the Roman Catholic Bishop of the Diocese of Fort Worth, and I'm respectfully testifying in opposition to HB 7. We share the intent as Catholic bishops of this bill and of its authors to stop chemical abortions in Texas, but we do not believe that the bill as written will accomplish that goal. As shepherds concerned for the well-being and salvation of all, we are concerned that this bill will have a traumatic effect on women who have already been violated by abortion. The ministry and care provided by our pregnancy centers and programs, such as Project Rachel, tell us that many women have had abortions because of psychological intimidation or even violent coercion inflicted upon them by abusers, including human traffickers. Post-abortive women who seek healing and mercy require a safe place to find their voice and to articulate their grief and shame over their abortions and the death of their children. The exclusive enforcement via qui tam suits allows any person to reap a financial benefit premised upon the abortion of an unborn child. It is our prudential judgment that offering a $100,000 award for non-injured parties to sue entities will create a predatory market to find women who might have used these drugs illegally. This incentivizes litigation and civil vigilante enforcement without proving legal injury to the complainant. The bishops are pastors, and we're not law professors. While the bill might provide a creative legal strategy to get around shield laws, the ends do not justify the means of allowing abusers to surveil and depose traumatized women in need of healing. In the fight against abortion, and that to promote life, we must be prudent in our legislative efforts, and we are concerned that HB 7 could allow women to become collateral damage and confuse the real issue of black market suppliers.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are questions of the bishop? Mr. McQueenie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Bishop, for being here. Are you currently working with the bill author to make improvements to where you could get to a neutral or support position on this bill?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Just high level, what are the suggested changes to the bill that you're seeking?
Well, I think the amount of $100,000 is excessive and promotes that if that needs to be changed, for one thing, and also, again, continued in the continued discussion with our executive director of our conference will articulate those in need. We're very grateful for the changes that have been made, and we support them, but we'd like to continue working to address these concerns.
Okay. Thank you, and we'll see you on Sunday.
I hope so.
Representative King, go to Darby? Okay. Representative Darby.
Just one question. Bishop, thanks you for being here. And so simply, do you consider this to be a pro-life bill?
I believe that's the intent of the author, but I don't think it functions as that, precisely for the reasons that I mentioned. I think it ends up promoting more lawsuits, and it promotes a bounty hunting, and is in that way is not pro-life.
Thank you, Bishop, for that. And I just have a comment directed to Joe. Thank you for, I know you're stepping down, but you've devoted a life to these issues, and thank you for your service in that regard.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Hernandez.
Thank you. So you believe 100,000 is excessive? Are you suggesting it be eliminated or reduced?
I would, personally, I believe, on behalf of our group, I would say at very least reduced to something along the trigger bands amount, but I don't see it that there should be any sort of a bounty at all.
Thank you.
Members, further questions of the bishop? Seeing none. Record reflects we have Colleen Wright. You are Colleen Wright. You're testifying on behalf of Texans for Life and yourself, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please proceed. You have 2
HB
minutes.
7 puts a $100,000 target on women. The Heartbeat Act, which includes the private right of action that Bishop just mentioned by any individual seeking a Qui Tam award of $10,000, gave us some heartburn, and we did not support it. It's unusual for us to testify against one of our colleagues' bills, but we recently learned those concerns we had were warranted. This mechanism is already available under that act, yet no enforcement lawsuits have been filed. Why not, if this tool is sure to be so effective? Why, instead of lawsuits against abortion providers, are attorneys instead using Rule 202 motions to go after post-aborted women? Media reports indicated that in most or all cases, the potential relator is an ex, pressuring her to return to the relationship. In all cases, her information is in the public record, exposing her to risk from abusive exes, traffickers, and even potential vigilantes. Will multiplying the award to $100,000 magically get us better whistleblowers or just more abusive exes? Will young women be kicked out of their homes or fired from their jobs when they have to explain a process server or having to be present for court-ordered depositions. HB 7 threatens the pro-life movement's ability to reach and minister to these women both before and after abortion by destroying decades of hard-won trust. I urge lawmakers to find a better way because Texas women are not acceptable collateral damage in the fight to protect their babies. As the Life of the Mother Act bill signing just days ago, Chairman Charlie Guerin told women, Texas has your back. If you pass this bill in this form, you make him a liar. I urge you to keep the target on the abortion cartel and off the woman. Please vote no on HB 7.
Thank you, Colleen. Members, questions of this witness or more questions of the panel? I see none. Thank you. Okay, chair calls Heather De La Garza Barone, maybe, Marquis Dixon, and Jana Pinson. Okay. Heather, are you Heather?
Yes.
And Heather De La Garza Barone?
Yes.
Is that correct? We show you're here testifying on behalf of the Texas Hospital Association, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please proceed.
Good morning. My name is Heather De La Garza Barone, Associate General Counsel for the Texas Hospital Association, and I am testifying on behalf of our members in respectful opposition to HB 7 as filed. First, I want to be clear that Texas hospitals do not perform elective abortions. Our position on HB 7 as filed is strictly based on the impact the bill could have on medically necessary health care. Second, we do want to express our thanks to Chairman Leach and his staff for working with us and hearing our concerns with drafts of the bill filed during the regular and special sessions. We are very grateful to see that many of the provisions that would have impacted the supply chain of these life-saving medications are no longer included, and we thank him for those revisions. Our opposition to the bill as filed is largely centered around the fact that it does not provide a full exemption for all licensed Texas doctors and licensed Texas healthcare providers from having a key TAM filed against them. Texas physicians in Texas hospitals use these medications on a daily basis, particularly to help induce labor, treat postpartum hemorrhage, and treat ectopic pregnancies. Without a full exemption from this bill, the threat of a key TAM with a $100,000 bounty may lead to a very real chilling effect on the use of these medications. It is vital that this health care is not suspended, interrupted, or delayed. THA also wants to ensure that Texas hospitals, physicians, and other providers who are complying with Texas law are protected. Much of the confusion and liability concerns surrounding Texas's abortion laws were addressed by SB 31, and we want to ensure the achievements of that legislation are not preempted or diminished by HB 7. As the chairman noted in his layout, we saw the committee substitute late last night, and we believe the exemptions included in that draft appear to be sufficient for us to move to neutral. So we promise to continue working with the chairman in this committee to ensure that any legislation that attempts to regulate these medications does so in a manner that protects Texas patients and allows physicians, hospitals to act consistent with current law regarding the distribution, prescription, and use of these drugs for legal, appropriate, and life-saving purposes. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that testimony. Members, or questions of this witness? I see none. Record shows Marquis Dixon. Marquis Dixon testifying on behalf of Right to Life across Texas and yourself, and you're for the bill, correct?
Correct.
Please proceed.
My name is Mark Lee Dixon, completely in favor of HB 7. Abortion-inducing drugs coming into this state are hurting women and ending the lives of unborn children. And testimony out of Corpus Christi shows just how reckless groups like Aid Access actually are. On February 4th, Chris Cooperage of Corpus Christi found out that his girlfriend was pregnant. Chris Cooperage ordered abortion pills from Aid Access. even though his girlfriend did not want an abortion. On February 11th, he received those pills. You know, I'm not a doctor, but when someone orders drugs and they get the container that those drugs come in, usually it's for the person who is taking those drugs. Why is it that Aid Access sent a pill container with Chris Cooperidge's name with instructions on taking abortion pills? That seems a little odd to me. On April 5th, he slipped 10 of those pills into his girlfriend's hot chocolate. And 30 minutes later, she ended up in the emergency room. This bill would prevent reckless groups like Aid Access from committing the atrocities that they're committing across Texas. I encourage you to join cities and counties across this state that have realized that we need to go further on our laws, that we have got to address this problem of abortion-inducing drugs in our state, and you guys are able to address that
Thank
at
you
the
for your
state level.
testimony. Members, are questions of this
Yeah,
witness?
just a quick question, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Anchia.
And I know we're running out of time. Why do you need a key TAM process in state law to deal with the fact pattern that you just gave us? Why wouldn't you just have a prosecutor prosecute that person for poisoning his partner? Whether it was arsenic, whether it was 10 tranquilizer pills or the pills that he gave her, don't we already have laws in place to deal with that very fact pattern that you are pointing out, whether in civil law or criminal law?
Well, that's a great question.
I know.
With as many abortion pills coming into the state, it's not working, is it? We need to use every single method available to stop this. If this was fentanyl coming into our state, would we act the same way? When it's the subject of abortion, it gets treated differently, but we need to be using every single resource available. And if Key TAM saves one life, if this shuts down groups like Aid Access, then let's use every tool at our disposal to save people like Miss Davis in Corpus Christi.
So your goal is really to shut down Aid Access, is what you're saying?
They're killing a lot of children and hurting a lot of women in the state. I would love to see a group that is hurting women shut down, absolutely.
And the fact pattern you gave, is that currently being either dealt with in civil law or criminal law, do you know?
There is a wrongful death lawsuit, but it's not good enough. We have to do anything and everything we can because obviously Aid Access is still sending pills into the state. And that's why I'm completely for the 100,000 penalty that we're talking about. These are groups that are getting away with murder, and we've got to put an end to it.
You say do anything to these people to stop them. What about killing them?
I am pro-life.
Okay, okay.
All right. Members, are further questions? Mr. Dixon. Seeing none, thank you for being here. Thank you for your testimony. Jana Pinson. Record shows you're Jana Pinson, and you're here testifying on behalf of Pregnancy Center of the Coastal Bend, and you are for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please proceed. You have
So
2 minutes.
as I didn't know we would be sitting here together, but I am the Pregnancy Center Director in Corpus Christi, Rockport, Portland, and Laredo. And she was my client. And so it's a little tender. Our DA did not prosecute it. So there had to be other ways to go about it because she got, right after she went to the ER, he left her there. He said he was coming back to help her, and he left her there to bleed out. And so here we are, right? We have a crime. She files it, and the DA says, I don't see a crime. So we do need help with abortion pills. We're the ones who see the girls every single day, and we're not talking once a week. We're talking every single day. They have them in their purses. They have them, and they don't know what to do with them. And in our center, everything we do is free. And one of the things we've had to start doing is post-abortive scans to see if that baby is alive after they've taken all the prescribed whoever sent them to them. They're not regulated. Abby Johnson tells a story where they sent them out to be tested, and they were blood pressure pills. Here, take 15 blood pressure pills and sell them as abortion pills. So something has to be done to protect our moms. It's about protecting our moms. These moms, we did 40 post-abortive scans. We found 10 lives inside their wombs, and they had no idea what they've taken. Just out of desperation. So this sweet woman who found out that her baby was a girl and named her Joy, and she desperately wanted that baby. He was a Marine who was about to leave and didn't want to leave a child behind when he moved in 2 days. So he offered her an evening with hot chocolate, and he poisoned her. So
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Mr. Anchia.
Yeah, that sounds terrible. I know our Attorney General is running for something else, but why wouldn't he prosecute that?
So he met with her last week. So hopefully they will take it up and prosecute it and override.
So it's possible that this still gets criminal prosecution, and there's an active civil case, isn't there?
There is an active civil case, and there is a chance that it gets prosecuted. But you
Okay.
know what? Most of our girls don't have that opportunity, and their stories. This isn't the first story where the guy has done it, and his name's on the bill, and that should be enough. That should be against the law enough, right, for his name to be on the pills.
I think poisoning people should be against the law,
Don't you
right?
think so?
Yeah.
But you know
I think
what?
it already is against the law, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
But you know what? They are poisoning themselves without any instructions, right? And so they've taken, the girls where we did post-abortive scans have taken 15 pills, 14 pills, and they've ended up in the ER, and they've ended up
I
broken.
guess my point is, if you give somebody something with the intent to injure them, that is already against the law, is my point. And whether or not the AG is going to prosecute it, it's a different matter, but that's already against the law. That's all I got for you.
Thank you.
Members, are further questions to this panel? Seeing none, thank you all for being here. We appreciate your testimony. That is all the public testimony we have time for today. Chair. Nope. We are going to Bill 7. All right. All right. Mr. Leach, you have 6 minutes to close.
All right.
Or 5 minutes. Chair recognizes Chairman Leach to close.
Thank you, Chairman King. Appreciate you and the committee members for allowing me the opportunity to lay this out and for the discussion, and to all of our witnesses here today, those for and against the bill, and those who got to testify and those who didn't. To echo your request earlier, I would likewise request that those individuals who didn't get a chance to testify feel free to submit their written testimony. I know the committee members would be glad to review it, and my office would as well. As I stated earlier in my opening, Mr. Chairman, I remain committed today and over the weekend to work with all interested parties to strengthen the bill, to achieve its intended objectives, also to go further, doing everything we can to protect women. And I maintain that commitment, not only in word, but in deed. I do want to follow up just very briefly on the discussion that was just had with Chairman Anchia and a couple of the witnesses. I'm not sure if Chairman Anchia is familiar with blue state shield laws. If he was, he would know that our current state laws are woefully insufficient to hold out-of-state pill manufacturers and distributors either criminally or civilly liable. And so while, yes, a district attorney or the attorney general can, and I believe should, go after an individual, a man in that situation who poisons hot chocolate. There is virtually nothing in state law that would hold that pill manufacturer or distributor civilly or criminally liable, especially if they're shielded by blue state shield laws. I would love to know if we got a criminal or civil judgment here in the state of Texas against one of those pill manufacturers, if Chairman Anchia would be willing to go to one of those blue state governors and urge the extradition of that individual and or that manufacturer or distributor so that they're held accountable under Texas law. If he would be willing to do so, that would be extremely helpful. So this bill is intended to fill those holes, to fill those gaps, to give us a tool, another enforcement tool to make sure that our current abortion laws, again, members, these distributors and manufacturers are violating existing law in the state of Texas. What they're doing is illegal in the state of Texas, and this bill is about giving the state, through the KETAM action, enforcement ability to make sure that they are complying with our state's laws. And one of our pro-life advocates earlier, Texas Alliance for Life, I echoed Chairman Darby's comments, saluting and affirming Joe Poyman for his work in the pro-life arena over the past 30 years. I so appreciate and value Joe's work on this. But him and Ms. Wright talked about supposed vigilantism, and I think the word bounty was used. They talked about the Texas Heartbeat Act and how there were no lawsuits, or there haven't been a plethora of lawsuits filed under the Texas Heartbeat Act. And members, especially my pro-life colleagues, I would urge you to remember and take note that the reason there haven't been a plethora of lawsuits filed under the Texas Heartbeat Act is because it's working. The Texas Heartbeat Act is working as we intended it to. That in-state abortion providers and their affiliates would take note of the enforcement mechanisms that we added in the Texas Heartbeat Act. And they have stopped, for the most part, performing elective abortions in the state of Texas. So what this bill does, Mr. Chairman, in closing, is to do much the same thing to give us the ability to reach those out-of-state manufacturers and distributors who, in violation of current Texas law, are committing abortion.
Okay.
And that's what this bill is about, and I think it gives us an effective strategy to enforce our laws.
We have a couple of minutes left. I know Representative Anchia would like to address.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just curious about the challenge that you just issued, because I think it speaks to maybe a misunderstanding of my line of questioning. My line of questioning was about prosecution for poisoning someone, and whether or not we needed this bill in order to do that. And if this man had given the woman arsenic or Drano or any number of other poisons or overdoses in her hot chocolate, my point, and I think, and I'm sorry it was missed on you, my point was that person should be prosecuted here.
For murder, absolutely, and our existing laws provide for that.
So then we're agreeing.
We
right?
are agreeing.
Okay. Then I didn't understand the challenge because it seemed to be completely off topic.
The individual, Chairman Anchia, who poisoned the hot chocolate, whether it's in Travis County, Galveston County, Collin County, can, under existing law, and should be, whether by the local DA or the Attorney General, be prosecuted for murder under our existing laws. But there are no tools.
That was the point I was trying to make through my
I know you're
line
the one
of
asking questions, and I'm not. But if you'll allow me to, and instead of misdirecting my question, my point was that you have given.
I don't understand the allegation of misdirecting.
Because
I think what you did is tried to mischaracterize my line of questioning with the witness, and then issued a challenge to me, which I'm trying to respond to.
You're making it about the individual who is doing the poisoning instead of the manufacturer or the distributor of the poison.
Which was exactly my point.
There are no tools under existing law.
Which is exactly my point.
And I appreciate you agreeing with me.
And it sounds to me like you understand my point now.
It sounds to me, Chairman Anchia, with all due respect, that you understand my point, because you have not afforded me any information or data, because it does not exist, and you know it, that a out-of-state manufacturer or distributor can be held accountable under existing law because of the blue state shield laws.
So not the point I was making, so I would never provide you a date on that, because I think you're just missing it.
Okay.
I think you're intentionally, you know that there is no ability under Texas law for us to hold them accountable. None. You know that.
Good luck.
Thank you both. Ms.
Thank you for
Thompson.
your testimony, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, aren't there some current challenges to this type of law?
Say it again.
Aren't there some current challenges to this type of law?
In the courts?
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you.
And they've been for the most part, including the Texas Heartbeat Act, have been upheld all the way up to the United States Supreme Court.
Thank you, Ms.
So,
for
in other
asking that.
words, those challenges have been resolved, is what you're telling the committee?
There remain existing lawsuits, but if you're talking about, for instance, the Texas Heartbeat Act, which provides a similar key tam action that's been held to be constitutional and is working as intended, I do expect that this case could likely, or this law could likely and will likely reach the United States Supreme Court as well. And I believe if they follow existing precedent, that this too will be held to be constitutional.
I'm a little confused. I'm confused because if there are current challenges to this type of law, how are they going to go to the Supreme Court if they haven't been resolved?
Well, I don't think there's any question, Dean Thompson, that there will be litigation, as there always is on these type
Okay.
bills.
Thank you so much.
Members, we are out of time.
Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman Leach, do you close?
I do.
Thank you for being here. All right. We don't have that, okay. Yeah. If there's no objection, HB 7 will be left pending. Is there objection? Chair hears none. HB 7 is left pending at this time. All right, members, that concludes today's agenda. Is there further business for the committee to address? If not, chair moves to adjourn. Is there objection? Hearing none, the committee stands adjourned. Subject call to the chair.